Welcome everybody to Stone Security's Techtober 2024. We're live streaming from our Global Technology Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Want to give a special thanks to all of the crowd members that made it here in person. We know that took a lot of effort for some of you. We've got an amazing collection of about 150 plus Stone Security team members, clients, and partners. So thank you for being here. We'd also like to give a special thank you to all of those joining remotely. We went through a lot of effort to make this available to all of our partners, customers, and team members across the country with a good professional live stream. So thank you for everyone helping out with that. Before we get started into the presentations, wanted to give our sincerest thoughts and prayers to those in the southeast of the country. We have team members in Florida ourselves, and we know many of you do. We hope that all is well and that they are going to be able to make a good recovery, both in North Carolina and Florida. So sincerest thoughts and prayers to them. And with that, just want to give a quick introduction to what this is even all about. Techtober is an opportunity for Stone Security to get clients, team members, and partners together to share a bit about our business model, what has been successful together, which is a partnering business model, and to highlight a few of our key core partnerships. So today you'll hear from those folks, and we're really excited to have them share what's new, what they're up to, and how they can really make a difference for you as our valued customers. Before we get to their presentations, though, Stone Security has a chance to tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. Stone Security is based on some very important values, mission, vision, values. We talk about those things a lot, and we've had to update those recently even as a company. We've had our mission statement for a long time. Mission statement of Stone Security is, we need the clicker. We'll get that. Just a second. Apologies. There's always one technical difficulty. Thank you, Andy. Perfect. Was waiting for that slide to change. I need to do that myself. This is our mission statement. Our mission statement is to be trusted and sought after. Originally, it was the most trusted and sought after security integrator in Utah. That's where we started. It then changed to the Rocky Mountains, then to the country, and then we decided, what the heck, let's just go for the whole world. But more than anything, we don't want to be the biggest. We want to be trusted. We want to be sought after by our clients and by our partners. You've got to have a vision. What do you want to accomplish as a company? We want to make society a safer place for people to live, work, and play through the application of innovative and ethical security technologies. This is something that we try to keep in mind as we're deploying, designing, and helping customers to achieve their goals. We also have a few core values that we try to keep in mind for everything we do. People first. People is both our team members internally, as well as our partners externally, and our clients, obviously, which we're all trying to serve in the end. But you put people first, and things just seem to work out, and we know that. Our business model refers to both of these other core values that we have stuck to now for nearly 20 years. Next year will be our 20-year anniversary as a company. We have unrivaled expertise because of our fierce loyalty. We stay focused on our partnerships, and we say no to grow our business. Can seem counterintuitive at times, but because of our fierce loyalty to our partners and to our business model, we have an unrivaled level of expertise that we think has proven to be very successful. That's a big part of our unique story, so I'll go through that quickly. There's a few core partnerships that we have built our business on, right? Our entire business is built on Milestone's open platform, Linnell S2's access control software platform, and Access Communications has been a huge partner along the way. Access being the first partner starting in about 2006 after we had gotten our legs under us and decided what we wanted to do. That was a key moment for us, and we took off from there with a focus on these core partnerships. With that focus, we have been recognized. We're incredibly grateful to our partners for recognizing the work that we've performed. That work has been starting in 2010. Took us a few years to get going, but since that time, we've had a steady stream of recognition. So what does that matter? To us, this amount of recognition from the world's leading video management provider shows our level of competence, and it should give confidence to our partners and to our clients. Something that we take a lot of pride in. We use these awards to great benefit. Access Communications, starting in 2011, and every year, many years since, getting the recognition in a lot of different verticals too, which is interesting. We're not just focused on one specific vertical market, although we have expertise in several. We really take pride in being specialized in the technologies that we offer, and wherever it's needed, we have the capability to provide that. Other industry awards, and I think we're missing a few here. I apologize if the slide was missing some. Linnell S2, obviously a partner that we've been a strong partner with for a long time, but specifically with S2, and that was an interesting time when Linnell acquired S2. We were nervous for a little bit, but it actually ended up being just a tremendous opportunity for us to grow our business, and we couldn't be more happy about how that's gone. Wesco, our distributor, is a very strategic partner for us. I know for a lot of people that may not be the case with their business model, but for Stone Security, Wesco has been a huge part of helping us grow our business and helping us to be successful across the globe. That's a little bit about where we want to talk about next. Stone Security has had a mindset from the beginning that we can go anywhere and do anything and accomplish a project for our customers. We've allowed that growth to happen organically. From the very beginning, we've had a few clients that kind of challenged us and caused us to go outside of our little backyard in Salt Lake City. And that really has, at this point, gotten us to where we are. Salt Lake City is where we started. Soon after, we had an office in Denver, Colorado. From there, Las Vegas, and this is pretty much in order. But you'll notice, and anybody who's been paying attention, a lot of this has happened in just the last few years. A little bit of that snowball effect, an overnight success after 20 years, right? Type of a thing has happened here. It's certainly not been overnight, but it has been building, and now it's reached sort of a critical mass. And we just have a lot of great clients, a lot of great partners that have helped us to expand into places that we never even thought we would, of course, back in the beginning. And it's been a really fun ride. This map also should communicate to our clients that we do have a lot of capability, right? A lot of times we're seen as being a regional provider. Our history is in the Rocky Mountains, and that's where we started. I think we're starting to break that mentality with our partners and with our clients as well. But we really have capability to serve anywhere from Anchorage, Alaska to Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we do a lot of projects in APAC and EMEA as well. We just don't have brick and mortar in those regions. We do have some great partnerships, though, that allow us to deliver in those areas. So there's really nowhere we don't feel like we can't, if we work together as a team with our technology partners and clients with a plan, that we can't deliver a solution. You're gathered here together in the Global Technology Center. This was a vision we had to step our game up, as a company and provide a location for us to show off all of our great partnerships. We've got banners hanging in the ceiling of some of our core technology partnerships. On the wall, we have logos of all the others that have helped us build this business. And here in Las Vegas, we kind of planted a flag where we can test technologies, we can demo technologies, and do it in a place where we could get the most people possible that are coming through for conferences, that are coming through for, business trips and other things. So we're very excited to have our technology center here. We think it's an incredibly valuable resource to do events like this. Our first real large major event, which we hope to be repeated for many years to come. We see a lot of value in gathering and in networking and in learning together like we're going to do today. But it's a very unique facility. We've invested a lot of creativity, a lot of money and time into making it what it is. And we hope that everyone out there listening will take the time to come here in person and experience it for yourself. It's a fantastic place where we can show off what our partners can do for you. So without further ado, I think we will get on to the next phase of the program. Can't thank you enough for being here. Thank you everyone that is watching online once again, and we'll turn the time over to Tim Palmquist with Milestone Systems.
Thanks, Brandon. Good morning. Good to see you all. I can think of no better place to be today than here in Las Vegas with Stone Security and each one of you. So appreciate the opportunity to take the next 30 minutes and talk about and give you an update what's going on with Milestone Systems and how does that impact our business with our partners and in particular with Stone Security. What's the value prop for the end customer and what does it mean to each of you who are from Stone Security here in the room or across the country tuning in? How can we take that to market? So with that said, let's jump in. The purpose statement at Milestone, if you know us very well, make the world see. It's all about imaging on our side. And our strategic direction, our ambition is to be the global leader in data-driven video technology software in and beyond security. So what does that mean in practical terms and what is the update from our side? Well, there's a few things that are changing, and if you've heard anything in the press about Milestone, you might have noticed some changes, in particular two companies that in 2024 have become or are becoming part of the family of Milestone. On the analytics side, BriefCam is moving into Milestone. That was the first announcement here in 2024. So now we have an analytics part of our organization coming under the Milestone brand. And on the VSaaS side, Arcules is coming in to the family as well. And so this adds new dimensions to our business, and it fleshes out our offering from on-premise VMS to include analytics from BriefCam, world-class analytics on that side, and also gets the market clarified on what VSaaS looks like under the Canon brands or the Milestone brand, taking away the confusion of Kite and Arcules and bringing Arcules in-house. Well, this is a bit ambitious, and so we will continue to figure out how to do this through the rest of this year and into 2025, and you will see those brands becoming and those people becoming absorbed inside Milestone. So you stop looking at us as three companies and start seeing us as one organization and one set of products that we can deliver into the marketplace. So if we dig deeper into BriefCam, just a quick overview on what this means, because if you've been working with Milestone in the last several years, you know we have an OEM from BriefCam known as Rapid Review. So what's changing in this landscape of BriefCam becoming a part of the Milestone brand? Well, first of all, a little background. They've been around for 15 years. They have over 2,000 installations around the world. They have a global sales team, a global tech team, and all of those things are coming alongside us now. They support a lot of VMSs in the marketplace. I care about one of those. One particularly matters to me, but they also work with many of the competitive video management solutions out in the marketplace. That will not change. They do have a piece of their business that is, they will be free to use by other video management solutions and pair with that in the marketplace where it makes sense. They have three core products. And so Rapid Review is a subset of the product called Review. So Review is the product that you probably most closely associate with BriefCam. Synopsis Review, being able to ask for the red car going left to right at a particular intersection during a 72-hour period and exclude everything else from the field of view to make the analysis of that environment really quick and easy and efficient. Review has a lot of other capabilities and it's been growing up over time. And now instead of having the subset of Rapid Review, we have the full portfolio of the product Review. You may have also seen the Drug House video they're pretty famous for in Connecticut with Sergeant O'Hare doing some investigation. This is a product that really plays well in that space. The Respond piece of BriefCam is the live piece. So now if you need live alerts in your environment, Respond is another module that you can have from BriefCam. And finally, research is the data piece to get the reporting, to have the dashboards, to do the business intelligence, all the things that are relevant in parsing this information in your organization. So that portfolio is coming into Milestone while also remaining available for others in the general marketplace. The sales and tech team in the Americas region is coming alongside Milestone here in 2024 and really getting immersed in our organization in 2025. If we just take the U.S., we've broken the U.S. into 5 areas, and within those areas, we have 7 to 10 sellers in each of those areas. The BriefCam teams will be sprinkled across the 5 areas in the U.S., and they will come alongside as specialists, both on the sales and on the tech side, to better support our partners like Stone and in customers across the marketplace or the region in this particular area. They will be called specialists, but over time, they will become absorbed within the organization. The point with highlighting what's going on here with BriefCam is there's a lot of features. I don't expect you to read them from this slide. There's a lot of capability. We have analytics alongside our VMS, outside coming out of the box, if you will, with Milestone, while at the same time, we support all the other analytic vendors that are in the marketplace. So Ipsotech, Ricity, fill in the blank of who else matters and can deliver analytics to meet the objectives of the end customer. All of that is still relevant in our business, but BriefCam being part of the organization. Are you with me so far? We good? All right. So second piece of change at Milestone is Archiles. So taking away the ambiguity of who's on first and second between Kite and Archiles, now part of the organization. And just to give you some perspective of why I think this is so important, to understand market fit. If we take Archiles or any other VSaaS solution that you currently see in the marketplace, I think these solutions, where they're at today, play really well in the easy side of the spectrum for VMS. Cloud-delivered VMS, easy to keep updated and patched because it's cloud-delivered, a feature set that is emerging and growing over time, easy to procure, to install, to set up, and to use, easy to span multiple sites. And so the segmentation for VSaaS, I think, fits really well, particularly in contrast to where you would normally position ExpertTech. And ExpertTech can come down the spectrum in mid and mid-low parts of the market, but ExpertTech is designed to really address complexity and do it well. If you need a full-featured enterprise-class VMS with a rich ecosystem of third-party integrations, that is the product to meet the market. And it has been for many, many years. It's over 25 years old. So addressing complexity is in the wheelhouse of ExpertTech, but then having Archiles on the easy side of the spectrum, we really flesh out the portfolio and address 2 parts of the market in, I think, a really, really smart way. I want to dig a little bit deeper on VSaaS because I think there's some confusion in the market about what is available and where does it play. So if we just back up and get outside of security, what's going on in the broader marketplace of infrastructure as a service or software as a service or platform as a service, what we know is the market is going to cloud really, really fast. And there are examples in your day-to-day life that have nothing to do with security that you can use as proof points to know this is true. If we dig in just to the security marketplace, particularly for VMS and for VSaaS, and we do that just for the Americas region, numbers look more like this. So VMS has been growing for a long time, since the origins of the IP camera, but along comes the invention of VSaaS, or cloud-delivered VMS, creating disruption in which area is going to grow faster through 2027, in this example that we have from Omdia. So Omdia would say that the CAGR for on-premise VMS is 9.7% through 2027, but it's much, much higher, 28.5% for VSaaS through that same period of time. Now, let's say there's a margin of error of some amount here. The point is, VSaaS is definitely growing faster, and of course it is because it's coming from a smaller base. It's also growing because there's an appetite in the market. So if there's an appetite, we should better understand that. And if we also look at the Omdia data, look back at how they reforecasted, or they had said that in 2023, the on-premise VMS space would grow at about 9%. They restated that it was actually 7% in hindsight. So we can guess in 2024 that on-prem is growing about 7% here in the Americas region. And even if the VSaaS part is overstated on this slide, because not all VSaaS companies actually report, so they have to fill in the blanks, it's probably growing at about 3 times faster than on-premise. So if we use that as a baseline, let's look into the details of why. Why does a cloud-delivered VMS matter in the business today? The first part is, I think it's important to understand that it's not a destination, it's a tool. It's a tool that our partners like Stone can use to address the dynamic needs of various end customer requirements in the marketplace. It's a tool in the portfolio that lets them balance between easy and complexity. Also, I'm using the terminology around cloud-delivered VMS, which I think is more clear than the generic term of cloud. A lot of people in the market find cloud as a mystery, and there's lots of interpretation. But if you describe cloud-delivered VMS, it's a lot clearer what we're talking about, because in reality, a lot of the recorded video is staying on-prem. So it's accelerating quickly, and there's a lot of things out there in the market. I think this slide helps give us a bit of a talking point of clearing up the confusion. We all know what an on-premise video management solution looks like. And I think we can generally agree on what the staircase to hybrid looks like. In the first example, adding augmented storage in the cloud to maybe do archive or expand the on-premise capability. But then add to this the ability to cloud manage the on-premise VMS, and you have interesting flavors of what hybrid could look like. In our industry, and certainly from Milestone, you heard us say, pre-COVID, this is going to take time, it's a staircase, stay tuned, we'll get there eventually. But we've all realized this through COVID, or on the backside of COVID, the acceleration to cloud solutions, not just in security, but everything that we interact with, has sped up quite a bit. And so what does that look like? We've seen disruption in the marketplace with new players, developing new solutions, and in some cases creating confusion, but in all cases creating opportunity to talk about a different way to address end-user objectives on a day-to-day basis. The first example, this is an Archiles example. Gateway required VSaaS, a box in the middle. And the box in the middle facilitates a few things. The handshake back to the cloud-delivered VMS. We can put storage in that box and store on the edge. And we can also have the freedom to choose the cameras within the organization instead of being locked into a specific manufacturer brand. So freedom, storage at the edge, and the handshake back to a cloud-delivered VMS. There's a lot of value in this, and you see not only Archiles, but some other competitors in the marketplace with this type of configuration that I think is super valuable. If you look at the second version of cloud-delivered, it's camera as the gateway, which is kind of my own nomenclature. It means take the gateway away, but does it really disappear? It actually ends up on each of the cameras within the organization. There's a handshake that goes back to a cloud-delivered VMS. And there can be storage, not in a box, but on the camera. So now we get camera to cloud. There are examples in the market where there are some manufacturers who would want you to buy their camera that only works with their system, and that's their value prop, is it's all end-to-end. But if you unsubscribe from that service, then you have a device at the edge that doesn't have value anymore. So instead, if you take the Archiles example again, today you can buy camera to cloud from Archiles with select cameras across the Axis brand of cameras. In the P series, there's 5 or 7 different devices that function as camera to cloud. Archiles is going to expand that with Axis, but also with other manufacturers. So you can mix and match gateway in the middle to support your legacy devices, to support edge storage, but also camera to cloud to move in a direction that gives you freedom with your edge device. You could change your VMS, you can alter the camera, you're not locked in and you're not held hostage for the subscription. So lots of things to unpack and understand when we talk about cloud-delivered VMS in the middle. Finally, there's this last option, which we talk about from time to time, which is lifting your on-premise VMS to a cloud like AWS using Tiger surveillance that is here at Techtober. A great product that also facilitates augmented storage to the cloud, but also lifting XProtect to the cloud. We have some customers who do this. There's there's an airport in Brazil that has 2,000 cameras and 0 on-prem hardware. They've lifted everything to AWS. The money logic, the tech, and the performance makes sense for them. So that's another option to deploy in your environment. All right, well, some people are moving slowly. They go to hybrid from on-prem. Others are jumping over and headed right to cloud-delivered VMS in their market or in their end-user environment. I think a great example is like K through 12, where we don't have an actively monitored situation. We don't require a lot of third-party integration. We need something that's easy, and maybe manpower is in a shortage. Here's a really good use case for why going straight to a vSaaS or cloud-delivered solution makes sense. All right, another example of how to deploy a cloud-delivered VMS. We are experimenting with Wesco right now. We have a pilot running in the US. We are delivering to the market a series of boxes, 10, 20, and 40 camera boxes that are preset, 1 SKU, 3 years of edge storage, and the storage is configured for roughly to hit the mark on 4K devices. This is an easy product to deploy for an end customer, and out of the box, ready to go, easy to set up, install, and use. We think this should turn into a product that we deploy or make available globally. And so if this pilot proves this out, you'll see us make exactly this product and get it into our SKU set, make it available to all of our customers around the globe. I think this plays really well in an alternative to an on-premise VMS that has a low feature set. This could be another way to address that type of market, or also another way to view a cloud-delivered VMS with edge storage, which when I talk to the competitors that we compete against in the broader market in vSaaS, the feedback that I get polling all of those guys is in some cases 90% of the stored video is staying on-prem. In other cases up to, 65% is staying on-prem. So somewhere in that range, there's only 10 to 35% of the data that's being recorded that's actually being stored in the cloud. So understanding the vSaaS value prop of cloud delivered and easy, but not necessarily cloud store, makes a lot of sense in unpacking this. This is why I see Arcules coming into Milestone as being a really good improvement for us. The last thing about this box is, and you can see the confusion in our branding, it says Kite on one side, Arcules on the other. We'll get that sorted out. That's what we're going through here for the rest of the year. But we didn't actually put Kite on this box, we put Arcules, and we did that for a reason, because you have live chat. So if you're an end customer and you want to ask any questions about the deployment of your Arcules solution, whether it's on the box or somewhere else, you can chat with the Arcules tech team anytime you want to do that. And I'm not familiar with this feature being available from other vSaaS providers, so just a heads up, live chat for the end customer is a real additional value prop in this experience. I've talked about what is changing at Milestone, tried to bring some clarity to the BriefCam and Arcules pieces of our business, but then let's talk about what's also not changing in our business. In fact, let's talk about something that you probably have an interest in around products. And so one of the examples of the evolution of XProtect that you can see in a practical way here at the second half of 2024 is the addition of a product called Remote Manager into our portfolio that's available to all of our end customers who have an active care, active software maintenance on ExperTech. So if you've used ExperTech Manager before to administer ExperTech, you know that is a little bit dated, and it creates some complications because it's rooted in being an on-premise management solution. Remote Manager comes along, and it is the first piece of modernization that you begin to see in the ExperTech portfolio, where we're rebuilding ExperTech from the ground up and cloudifying, if you could use that term, the product along the way. So now we have cloud administered management for ExperTech, makes it easy to drop into your sites, easy to do some wholesale changes, a modern UI, and also some system health functionality along the way. There are other great solutions in the market, one being here today at Techtober, which is Boring Labs, that has been doing this functionality for a long time. And we are 100% strong partners with Boring Labs, and they do a lot of other things that Remote Manager doesn't. But here is an example in our own portfolio of how we're delivering some new value with Remote Manager in the product here in the latter half of 2024. Some other things that are coming in 2025, well, we're going to fix the Archiles integration to ExperTech and make it work with all flavors of ExperTech. That is not currently true today. It only works with corporate, so look for a solve coming soon so that you can have Archiles integration across the full portfolio of ExperTech. We're going to harmonize the Husky hardware line. If you interact with BriefCam, Milestone, and Archiles today, the hardware motion is completely different for each brand. And the warranty motion is different. And sometimes the brand of the hardware is different. When we move into 2025, Husky will be available across all three products. It will all be Dell. It'll have the same warranty motion, the same support motion, the same nomenclature, and the same skewing. So we're going to clear that up, make it really easy to understand, easy to procure, easy to have hardware coming alongside the software solutions. If you've heard from our CTO, Rahul, you know we are on a mission to modernize the ExperTech product. And so that's a very ambitious task to transform a product that's been around for a very long time. Those modernization elements will come out in slices. Remote Manager is just a teaser to see how that will look in the future. You'll see performance improvements, modernization, and new functionality as a consequence of this initiative that's going on to take ExperTech into the future. So stay tuned for that and look for elements that just improve the capability, flesh out the features, and create new things that maybe we haven't considered in the portfolio before. If you buy vSaaS from Archiles today, or if you use that in your organization, you know that it comes with SOC 2 Type 2 certification from the manufacturer. And so the first question is, Milestone doesn't have that. Does that come over to the Milestone side? And the answer is no. That certification stays with the company, doesn't come with the product. And so what are we going to do about that? Well, we've already been preparing. So Milestone is well into the process to become ISO 27001 certified for both ExperTech and for Archiles. That is actually a certification that will trump SOC 2 Type 2. And so expect this to land in 2025, and I think that'll be appreciated in our portfolio. And then I did a teaser at the end. I'm not a CTO, and I can't give you all the roadmap. I can just say this. Rahul is on record as being literally with his hair on fire to upgrade, change, modernize ExperTech. And he is passionate about showing up at places like ISC West and being able to wave the flag and say, look at this and this and this. So stay tuned. April next year, let's see what we've got. We'll continue to make these incremental upgrades. And I can assure you this, Rahul and his team are passionate about change and about taking us to the next chapter of growth, delivering those solutions to our partner, Stone Security, and to all of the end customers out in the marketplace. So stay tuned for innovation in ExperTech. Here's another thing that's not changing at Milestone. And Brent alluded to this in his open. The open platform is part of our core DNA. We believe that innovation is best assimilated into the broader market by a rich community of third-party innovators. I called out two companies. I called out Tiger and Boring already in this presentation. We rely on innovation from third parties to get that innovation to the market the fastest. We do not believe that one manufacturer can be all things to all deployments, and we know that there are varying needs within every customer. The open platform has always been part of our DNA. It's part of what has made the partnership with Stone Security so solid over the years, and we'll continue to believe 100%, walk the talk of open platform. Even though you see BriefCam coming in on the Arcules side, or excuse me, on the analytics side, you see Arcules coming on the VSAT side, that does not change our DNA, not at all. So let me give you a proof point of why this is valuable. There's a company in Nebraska called Dynamic Workflow Solutions, and they have shown up, knocked on our door, and said, hey, you need some case management, incident management? Do you need the ability to do workflow, evidence sharing, and archive? I think it's a missing part in your portfolio, and they're 100% correct. This is a missing link. And if you think of Expertech playing so well in the complex enterprise side of our business, you understand how important a solution like this is. We didn't build it. We've been thinking about building it for 10 years. We just didn't do it because we had other priorities. All of a sudden, a third party shows up and says, I've got this. And we introduced this product from a third party to our sales team in our August mid-year. Since that time, we have over 70 active opportunities that are brewing in the market, because we know that case management, incident management, workflow, evidence sharing, and archive play really well in certain verticals. City surveillance, law enforcement, intelligence, and large venue are just some really key examples of where we've had a gap in our portfolio. Along comes DWS to help solve for this gap, and they do it in a way that is super competitive. When we look at other VMS competitors or other third parties that have a law enforcement video to the cloud solution, you can think of all the different brands that we might be competing with on a regular basis. We have a solve. Not only do we have a solve, but the workflow is better than anything in the market. Workflow means save time. How fast can you get the job done? The cost is better than anything in the market. And oh, by the way, it works with BriefCam out of the box. And while not stated on this slide, it's also in full support of the Lenel S2 OnGuard product out of the box as well. So take a look at this as a solution. If you think, if you're in that vertical as an end customer, if you're selling into that vertical as a person here at Stone, this is a new thing from an outside partner that I think will really land well in the market, and I expect create a lot of opportunities and propel our business in 2025. So stay tuned, and I think this is a great example of why open platform matters. All of a sudden, something drops out of the sky in July, August timeframe, and we already have a huge appetite in the market, and we're able to solve things that we didn't build for ourselves. Another great example, as we sort of begin to transition to, this is a bit of a joint presentation as we kick off the day between Milestone and Lenel S2, but this is another great example of why the open platform matters and why we're not changing our DNA. Just like DWS is a third-party tech partner, so is Lenel S2. And this has been a long-term relationship. We deliver reliable solutions into the market. It's been an excellent partnership because we can come alongside Lenel S2 that delivers a enterprise class, best of breed, on-premise access control product. Whether it's OnGuard or S2 Netbox, we bring alongside the Expertech piece to be the also best of breed video management solution that pairs up well with that. We have a tight integration. We have a tight workflow between our companies, and we have value that we add to that equation in the way that we deliver it to market. This is why we've been so successful in our relationship with Stone and created the foundation of how these products can function and play really well in the marketplace and deliver best value to the end customer. We are committed, and you'll hear more of that here very soon, to our partnership with Linnell S2 and the evolution of their business as well. That's a cliffhanger I'm setting up for Steve. There's another value prop in open platform. And I've talked about this a little bit all the way through this presentation. But our partnership with Stone Security that Brent highlighted awards since 2010, which, by the way, that's when I moved to Portland, Brent, so maybe that's when we really got our legs. But what a great partnership between Stone Security and Milestone for the long term. We have been working together to make sure that we can deliver the best solutions into the market for the end customers supported by Stone Security. They come alongside and provide the highest quality, world-class service to the end customer to create a fantastic experience, both at the point of sale, but through the long-term life cycle of supporting those customers. You saw the growth on the slide, the many branches, the expansion throughout the US and Latin America, and I expect other places soon. We are there to support Stone Security also in this partnership, and we have been scaling our teams to also meet that demand across the region, now bringing in the BriefCam and in the Hercules pieces to go with this. Stone Security is a fantastic example of the power of partnership. I don't just say that for Techtober, for the purposes of being here. I say it because it's absolutely true. And if you find me anywhere else in the industry and you pull me off to the side and ask who are some of your best partners on the planet, Stone will be one of the first names out of my mouth. And there's a reason for that. We've proven our value together, and we'll continue. That's our commitment. We'll continue to do that moving forward. So I've talked about some things that are changing. I've dipped my toe in a little bit of what's going on with VSAS. Also talked about some things that are not changing, but providing value that is popping up even this year and will continue to do so throughout the next coming year, 2025. So my question to you is, are you ready? Are we ready to do this together? I think the future looks exciting. I'm looking forward to doing it with each one of you and in partnership with Stone Security. So thank you. I appreciate your time very much. All right, let's move this forward.
2 leaders, 1 vision, no limits. That's the power of Linnell S2 and Milestone. We've come together to deliver a best-in-class access control and video management solution. A solution designed to keep threats out, not keep you locked in. Now, as threats and challenges continue to evolve, you'll have the versatility and flexibility to evolve your approach to physical security without limits. It's about bringing you the power of truly open architecture and industry-leading partner programs. So your options are always open when it comes to new integrations and best-of-breed solutions. And you can take advantage of advanced technologies like cloud and AI integrations as they become available, all without having to move to an entirely new solution. With Linnell S2 and Milestone, you'll get the confidence that comes with working with the best names in the business. The leaders in global access control and video management software, trusted by more than half of Fortune 100 companies. We've worked closely together on a journey to bring our shared vision to life. A vision for seamless access control and video management solutions that empower customers in ways only we can. So don't settle for a partner who stands in the way of your ability to evolve and adapt. Connect with Linnell S2 and Milestone today for 2 leaders, 1 vision, and no limits.
Hey, Tim.
Hey.
What's up? Hi, guys. My name's Steve Partridge. I'm the head of sales for Linnell S2 in North America. The way Brent and the team at Stone, who I'd like to thank for having us, the way this was set up, Tim and I get to share kind of a joint view. Got to see Tim's presentation first, and then I'll proceed from here. But Tim and I had some ideas, and it's kind of a curveball. It was a curveball to Tim, but it is a little bit planted. But I wanted to ask Tim So the million-dollar question, and Tim left you with a bit of a cliffhanger, our new owner, Honeywell. So my question to Tim is, what are your thoughts on Honeywell? What has your experience been, since the merger was announced or acquisition was announced at the beginning of the year and was completed in June? So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so we are super excited on the Milestone side that LenelS2 has been acquired by Honeywell, and for the future of this combined set of companies moving forward. We've already met in Atlanta. We had a lot of folks in the room on both sides, the Honeywell side, Lenel and Milestone, planning for the future. So look for some outcomes of those strategic discussions, but really good planning going on between our companies. And in fact, I had the privilege, I guess, of, there was a period of time when Lenel couldn't talk to Honeywell, right, Steve? So they could talk to us during that period of time. And so they reached out proactively and said, please help us understand the details of your partnership. And as soon as we laid it out and explained how we've been working for these many years, they articulated very clearly, okay, we want that. That sounds awesome. So been able to have some conversations before things came together on the Honeywell Lenel S2 side, and certainly after as well.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, when we announced it in beginning of the year, June 3rd was the official completion, and so you go into a regulatory period, and so it's kind of a dark time between Honeywell and Lenel S2. So I know Brent and most of the Stone team, our team at Lenel S2, Tim's team at Milestone. It's a scare, right? When you guys all know the ecosystem in our industry. It was a big concern of what we started in 2017 and where's that going to go, right? And if you're Stone Security, you're thinking the same thing, right? We've put our eggs in these baskets and we do these products very well. We install, we live these products. It was a big concern. So when, as Tim said, we weren't allowed to talk, but knowing and just getting feedback that Honeywell had reached out to Milestone and was continuing the conversation, I think put all three companies at ease. And I would expect from an end user standpoint, right, you're thinking the same thing. And that was, a key part of kind of calming the waters and looking to the future and what Honeywell's really going to bring to the table.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of anticipation across our companies, and even at GSX, I had a chat with some Honeywell personnel, and we're talking about where we're going from here, and really fantastic conversations.
Yeah.
But we've been doing business a long time before the Honeywell piece came along, Steve. The partnership between Lenel S2 and Milestone was birthed many years ago. How do you feel it's going so far?
I don't know if fantastic is the right word, but for example, this video you saw was, and the word co, right? You can put co-sales, co-marketing. This was done jointly by our marketing teams. And at the request of people like Stone Security to bring more to the table, step up what you're doing. So we look at it from a product standpoint, a marketing standpoint, sales, innovation, support. Everything needs to be done in co-fashion. And I think from our standpoint, I know as the sales leader, the relationships between the channel business managers and our regional sales managers has been fantastic. We've even, from an architects and engineers, business development, we're kind of one and the same, joined at the hip, if you will. And it's been really a fantastic relationship.
Yeah, I mentioned in my presentation that end users have diverse needs. And certainly we've seen those examples play out in our partnership, where OnGuard is at an end customer deployment and they need something else on the VMS side. We've been able to come alongside and partner really well. Vice versa, where Milestone is playing the VMS role, and the customer needs an enterprise-class on-premise access control solution. So we have numerous examples of how we have been able to meet the needs of end customers in the marketplace and drive a ton of business, actually, between our companies. It's been a really good chapter of opportunity growth, but most importantly, meeting the dynamic needs of the end customers. And these are opportunities or solutions that we've delivered into the market that neither company could do ourselves. It required a partnership to deliver that, and we've been able to satisfy the needs of a diverse set of end customers, some that are super notable in the market and others that are smaller, but lots of great solutions have been delivered as a consequence of the partnership we've built here together.
Yeah, it's more to come, more to come. Another question I have for you, how about, we kind of moved into, in 2017, well, actually 2019, this triangle relationship with Stone that, well, I think all of you know as end users what it does for you, but what are your thoughts on the partnership with Stone?
Well, it might be a bit of a broken record. I'm sort of a Stone fan, if you haven't heard that in my language. But I'm a fan because an integrator such as Stone does such a great job of delivering solutions that can be very complex into the market and getting it right out the gate and getting it right over the life cycle of the deployment. And when you look at solutions from LenelS2 and from Milestone, you think about OnGuard as an example or Expertech as an example, it requires a steady hand at the system integrator level to get these solutions to meet all those needs that are out there and nuance the deployment to address the specific needs that range across end customers. And so Stone has done a great job of ensuring success. And if you're a manufacturer, there's nothing better that can happen in your business than to have system integration companies that are delivering results that are positive instead of negative. And at Stone Security, we see positive results in the market with some of the most complex and complicated installations. And so from our side, that's been the value prop for sure.
Yeah. So from the LenelS2 side, Stone Security is one of 5 strategic partners for us. And, we've identified them. I guess, my relationship with Stone goes back to the S2 merger and all the work and high level of technical ability they had with NetBox and how that's transformed to all our products with OnGuard, Elements, even Blue Diamond credentials and readers. So we've dedicated our time to Stone and will continue to do so. We have Chris Meyer here who manages the account. But for us, Stone is very much so a joint partner in the sense the feedback is true, the feedback is direct, it's very open. So whenever we get feedback from Stone, we're under the assumption that it's always going to be unfiltered. So the things that we need to approve upon and the things that they want to see for ultimately you as the end user, that gets translated and gets a little bit more priority in our organization. So.
Yeah, just to draft off that just a bit, I mean, Aaron is a member of our partner advisory board. He's meeting with us every 6 months or so and giving us direct feedback. Of course, we get that across the organization, but having a member of Stone on the advisory board where there is executive leadership in the room for 2 days to hear that feedback firsthand and understand pains, understand successes, and where we need to move the business, that's super vital. So all of those things taken together really help us improve, help us deliver, and get results that matter to the final end customer in the equation.
Yeah. So with that, I'd like to thank Tim for doing this with me, for promoting and talking about LenelS2 products. So I'm going to take that a little bit further in my presentation, but we'll move on.
All right. Thanks a lot.
So I'm going to take you down the the million-dollar question that I hit Tim with that curveball this morning to get his feedback. Building automation. So in the Honeywell portfolio, we fall under the building automation organization, which is about $7 billion organization within Honeywell corporate. And we fall into the security and access solutions. So you have building management systems, commercial fire, and then what was access solutions, which was the entity sold by Carrier to Honeywell, is where Linnell S2 fits, along with Onity and Supra. And then the commercial security organization within Honeywell is where we've bonded together and are looking to the future. So it's kind of funny, when we looked at this slide, it was already in line. We both had prerogatives and goals at the beginning of the year that we needed to accomplish as Linnell S2. And two of these, the mobile and cloud adoption, accelerating that, and key verticals, was on our target, right? We did some changes with verticals, but to see what Honeywell came to us with in June as key imperatives, it fell in line with what we had already set out for ourselves. So additionally, expanding that global footprint, Honeywell as a whole has a pretty substantial global footprint, and that allows us to expand into places like Meta, Asia, and some of the countries in the Far East. But from a standpoint of what they're doing and what they expect us to do, we were aligned pretty well. So the future together, stronger together is one. I would agree with that. We look at the combination of products and the combination of intelligent buildings, physical security, and moving beyond that. But like I said, expanding that global reach with those same products, where they're strong, where we're strong, taking the best of both. So the 2024 focus, right? It's kind of business as usual. As any of you have been through mergers and acquisitions, that's usually the standard line, right? Business as usual for the remainder of the year. Case in point, we're sticking to that, right? We have goals that we both set out to achieve. We're going to continue with that. So in our case, global cloud and mobile adoption was big, right? With our Elements product, mobile readers, mobile credentials. We'll continue with that. But one of the things that's near and dear to me is the customer experience. So that bullet there is we've made investments over the last 2 years, right? I think we all experienced a little bit of hiccup with supply chain and things like that. Dare I say that in this room? But we all had pains with that. So that in tune created some awareness for us on a customer experience level, that not only do you need the products to deliver them, but how do you communicate and how do you respond when things like that happen? So we've doubled down in the customer experience, and from my perspective, if we can't make that better in our interactions on a day-to-day basis with Stone Security, right, nothing's going to move forward of all the ideas and goals we have. So we need to work that customer experience. Today, I think we have one of the best with Stone, but we also need to carry that down to the end user, right? Because our end users work with us and have direct support and things like that. And Stone very much wants us to work with you, the end user, and spend time and deliver those messages, because, right, it's the power of multiples, right? When the Stone folks are talking to the end user, when we're talking to you, it's double the power, and the messages get delivered. New products, opportunities are pronounced better. So transformation, as I said, business as usual, and we're focused on business integration. So that's from all aspects. Products, a couple $1 million questions there on products. Things like OnGuard, NetBox, Elements, continuing forward, right? But also from a people integration. There's news that was announced. I don't know if anyone caught it. I think one of the LinkedIn companies may have announced it. But as two organizations, we were led by Jeff Stanek, And on the commercial side, a guy by the name of Sergio Costalejos. And then Bilal Hamoud is our CEO of Building Automation. Well, just recently, Jeff Stanek was named president and GM of the combined security, which is called Security and Access Solutions. So it used to be Commercial Security, and we were Access Solutions. So Jeff Stanek is now the president of that organization. So that tells you a lot about Honeywell, and kind of, we didn't just acquire you to tell you what to do, we acquired for you to tell us what to do, and work with us and combine our teams and take the best of both worlds. So from that standpoint, if you don't know Jeff, Jeff started as the CFO for Linnell Systems International 14 years ago. He spent about 4 years doing that. He moved into sales for a period and led the sales team, and then became president and general manager of Linnell at the time. So he led the S2 acquisition and was very instrumental in that. And some of the things we've gained from that are companies like Stone Security, right? Couldn't be better. And what we've, I'll leave that there. But what we've learned from that is that we acquired a great product and a great company, and we made that work. We learned our lessons. Jeff learned his lessons from GE Security, and what went well, what didn't, and capitalized on that. And we're taking that same approach. And Honeywell has leaned on us and is taking that same approach to merging the two companies and bringing what's best for you as an end user, and not focusing on us, but you, the customer. So I'll jump into a little bit more in depth of what the Linnell S2 product set and Milestone bring to the table. Probably many of you know already, but there's some things I want to highlight, and I'll talk about some product changes from the Linnell S2 products. So proven leaders, right? Both leaders in access control and video. As separate companies, we were leaders, right? The software space of access control and video are not that old. If you think about it, maybe 30 years in access, 20 years in video. We've been in it, both of us, for that period of time. That's kind of where the 50 comes from. And then if you think about trusted by more than half of the Fortune 100 companies. I used to think, and I still think this, and we kind of whittled it down. I used to look at, that claim that companies make. And I always thought, well, if we sell a camera or a reader to a gas station, we can claim like a Fortune 10 gas and oil company as one of our customers. But that's hollow, right? I think it has to have some teeth. So we've been really conscious about that. And to give you an example, trusted by more than half, we'll take Las Vegas as a kind of a microcosm. And he's sitting here, probably didn't think he was going to get called on, but Kevin Demeny here, he and I used to be the CBM and RSM for Vegas back in 2017, 2018. And we sat down, got to know each other. And one of the things we did is kind of build a spreadsheet of the companies, the entities within Vegas that had either, at the time, it was On Guard or Milestone or X-Protect, and kind of line that out. And what we found, right, we found that almost everything in government and infrastructure had one or the other, if not both, right? Some of the major, well, actually, I guess probably all of the major hospitals. And we looked at that, and it was kind of incredible that, wow, why didn't we do this before? And today, right, here we are 7 years later, John Bohr and Dan Vioto have continued that, right? And kind of strengthened that. And we've brought that power of what Linnell and now Linnell S2 and Milestone could do for one customer. And with the help of now Stone Security building this wonderful center, right, we have that field frontline expertise to deliver it to another level. So that's just an idea of some of the proven leaders that the three of us can bring in a microcosm like Vegas, and then take that nationally and globally. So from an alignment standpoint, here's the evidence that Tim spoke about. In that picture is Jeff Stanek and Thomas Jensen, who's the CEO of Milestone. That picture was taken in Atlanta at the Honeywell Building Automation Office in about the March timeframe, where, again, or actually, yeah, it was about the March timeframe. I believe there were probably. It was August? Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, there would have had to have been lawyers in the room for it to be March. But that was recent. So they came together, Bilal was in the room, and we were able to kind of get that leadership buy-in and commitment together. And then from an R&D standpoint, about a year and a half ago, we actually held a team meeting here with the engineers on both sides, product leaders on both sides, sales leadership, hosted by Andy and Brent, to kind of take things forward and have an input, voice of customer, voice of sales, whatever you want to call it. We had that here. So we continue that. And again, I go back to co-development, co-engineering. We're lockstep. A lot of people talk about, whether it's tough to have an open system and not in some flavor deal with version creep, right? When one partner goes to another version, getting that certified and squared away, we do a very good job. Lenel S2 has always done a very good job with the OAP program. Same thing with Milestone. Very conscious of it. When you put us together, even better. And you bring in a partner like Stone with the feedback and some of the things that they've done at the netbox level, that kind of brings that whole picture into view. From a sales standpoint, we talked about it, single point of purchase, right? Everything that the two of us provide can be provided and is provided directly from Stone. And then single point of support, which is key. Stone does all of it. There aren't very, very many times that both our tech support get a call from a Stone technician, but that's the beauty of it. That's the value add that we're looking for. So single point of support, single point of purchase. And then from a services standpoint with Lenel S2, it's always been fundamental and a key value in our value prop as a manufacturer, which is our professional services group, Custom Solutions, right? Custom Solutions does a lot of things that ultimately wind up in our partner program, right? They come in as one-offs or a new product out there in the market, right? Technology today moves fast. Custom Solutions is usually the one that gets their hand on it first and is able to, at your request, it's always an end user that comes to us, can you integrate this and how can you do it? So Custom Solutions comes in on that standpoint. And then training, right? We offer manufacturer training. Stone does their monthly trainings, but it's that kind of shared approach of providing training to you, the end user, almost ad nauseum, right? So that when there's turnover, you're able to get people up to speed quickly, whether that's through us or through Stone. And then software support and care. Again, trying to simplify that and allow you to deal with one support contract, right? Comes from Stone. We try to make it just as easy on Stone when it's coming from us in Milestone. So from a licensing standpoint, we set out to do this in the beginning, and it took a little bit of time. It took a couple years. But as I said, single point of purchase, that would be Stone Security. But base server license, device licenses, and then viewing clients, right? That's all purchased and operated through Stone. And then from a standpoint of the viewing clients, as you'll see in some of the next slides, and then ultimately Adam will be up here with a live demo, the OnGuard and NetBox clients work across the integrated solution. So pick your flavor, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But a single point of support, right? So in the Lenel S2 technical support group, we provide level 1 support on both Lenel and Milestone. Obviously, we should provide at least level 1 on Lenel S2, but if you get what I'm saying, we can provide level 1 support on Milestone. So if you, as an end user, are calling in with direct support, we can help you there. At least identify do you need to go direct to Milestone for level 2 or something better? But most times we work directly with Stone. If Stone's calling in, it does get to probably level 3. So we're able to work that through. So operator visibility. If you look at a mix and match approach, everybody has different flavors. But the beauty of XProtect and our products is it's ultimately the end user's choice. So whether you want to look at everything through the XProtect client, XProtect mobile, or from an OnGuard standpoint, alarm monitoring, which is the legacy thick client, and then our thin client and browser client, which is OnGuard monitor. Conversely, if you want to look at it through Netbox, you can do that. Dual screen environments, GSOCs, any flavor you want to do it, we can deliver it as a manufacturer, and Stone takes it to the next level. So Milestone OnGuard, and I'll cover all 3 of our products from a software standpoint. So OnGuard, enterprise class software. We just released 8.3 a couple months ago. 8.4 is slated for next year. We may take a little bit of time on that, but the key there is we are constantly looking at more ways to improve the user experience, the user interface. Now, user interface is a little bit of a double-edged sword. We have OnGuard users that have been using alarm monitoring for 25 years, and they love it. They don't want it to change. It's what they know. We did a kind of an interim step and changed some of the icons, very basic stuff, and some of those diehards were like, "You moved my cheese." And interestingly enough, they like it. So we've made a conscious effort to bring them along at their speed. But we've also got 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds in this industry that love the new experience and love the new look. So we try to be focused on both. So from a standpoint of OnGuard and XProtect, right? OnGuard events into XProtect, video and events into OnGuard. So again, pick your flavor. If you look down there at the bottom right, that is actually what you're going to see in a few minutes, what Adam's going to demo. That is a screenshot from the demo system here. So we've added browser XProtect support for our browser clients, which is, as I said, alarm monitor, as well as the surveillance client, which is was geared more towards LNVR, but more and more LNVR is moving away, and we're moving most of those customers over to XProtect, so surveillance needed to be added. And then we can map custom alarms to OnGuard monitor, and we can also have the XProtect video in OnGuard in a hot tile. And then lastly, we've pushed event-activated video from OnGuard alarm monitor to the XProtect client. So those are the co-engineering items that we're touching on and developing. And we want to hear from you. What works for you? What does your business need? Bring that to us. So Netbox. Once again, if you look at the screenshot there, it might look familiar to you. It's the same one from the previous slide. It's a screenshot from the demo system you're going to see from Adam. And really the key part there is to think about it's transparent. So in the world of mergers and acquisitions, you may have a Netbox customer that acquires a customer with OnGuard, right? Stone Security can take those two systems where we've already looked at how to combine them and are looking at combining and making overlays there, but Stone can bring both systems into an XProtect client, and then it becomes transparent to you. Especially the headache if you're the acquiring company and you need to make this kind of work and get one view in all your assets around the world, right? XProtect client does the trick. And then the latest. So Elements is our most recent 4 years cloud product, but it's native cloud. and we've taken it over the last 2 years with some development and more, push on our part. We're taking it to new levels, and what you'll see from Elements is going to be outstanding. It's one of our favorite products, but when you look at one of the items that was missing, and Tim talked about it from a VSAS standpoint and on-prem video, it's still very much, I would say, up in the air. But between us and Milestone, we have that thought and method to bring what's best for the customer and what they want, and their definition of cloud. So the first step was to bring XProtect video and events into Elements. So that was our first big step with an enterprise level product as we move Elements further up the food chain. And the great thing is you can enable it, the end user can enable it right in the Elements marketplace, which we started out with the marketplace in Elements. We're bringing that to both the OnGuard and NetBox world, probably the first of the year. So it allows you as an end user to find out what's available and make a selection and enable it in your system. Wrong button. So phones out. From a Milestone Linnell S2 integration, this is where we want to hear from you. And as a salesperson at heart, when we ask these questions, usually it's multiple choice, right? Our teams or our engineers and product managers come up with choices. So this is not easy. This is not push A, B, or C. It's written thought. So the things that you want, we've left it open-ended in this questionnaire. We want to hear from you about what you want, what's relevant to you, not what we think you need and we lead you to that answer. We want to hear what really works for you. So please take that survey if you get a chance. So I think we've kind of summed it up, right? We're not locking you in. Linnell S2 has never locked customers in. There's certain aspects of any system that is somewhat proprietary, but we've always aimed to make it as open as possible and not proprietary. And Milestone has done the same. When you look at our partners, the OAP partners, over 100. Milestone's integration partners, over 100, right? We don't hold back on any of that. And we don't want to lock you in. We want to move you forward at the speed you want to move forward. So bringing it all together, this is a pretty heavy slide. But, right, as I said, number one in video, number one in access, premier open platform, and then when you look at factory certifications and the things that we offer and provide, right, it equals that. It's the most capable and flexible system, combined system in the world. There is nothing better. And for those of you that take advantage of both products and have them integrated, I'll just throw it out there, but have you ever thought that you actually have a natively redundant system in place that is fully interoperable, right? Not too many of our competitors can say that, right? Whether we look at even the open systems, it's hard to keep up with that version creep, right? Whether it's one side or the other. But with Linnell S2 and Milestone, right, you have a natively redundant product that Stone supports. So with that, I'll leave you with that thought. If you want to talk later, I'd be happy. I'll be here all day, as will Tim. So with that, I'll bring up Adam to kind of spell out for you everything I've talked about and show you it live.
Welcome, guys. My name's Adam. You guys having a good day today? Good. It's been some good information, and hopefully you guys are enjoying it. I don't want to bore you, so we're gonna maybe make this a little interactive. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna look at some different things. Let me pull up here something that you all know. This is Milestone. Hopefully you know that, right? Okay. Let me give you a little background first on where I came from. So I came from a university prior to working at Stone, and I was there for about 7 years, give or take, how you count it, across the different departments. While there, I finished out my time there running their camera system of about 1,400 cameras. And so I understand what it means to work with large camera systems because I've done it. And one of the things I love about Stone is we're not just trying to integrate this, integrate that, look at all these amazing things it can do, unless it actually can do it. And unless that something has meaning and purpose to it. So when we talk about integrating our access control and our VMS systems together, particularly Milestone in this case, we gain several tools. And these tools have value to you in your organizations, and they will help you create a better operator experience. We want to give your operators, your users, more tools to do their job in a smoother, more efficient way. If you've had to look at access control events in the past and then try to go back to the video and figure out what that looked like, here's what that was, okay? We go, all right, alarm monitoring. Here's something that looks iffy. You know, we've got some access granted no entries. Okay, well, what's going on with that? All right, well, that was at 8:36 a.m. today, the warehouse man door. All right, let's go to our camera system. Okay, warehouse man door. Let's go. I know I have that here, and now we're going to playback. And okay, what time was that at again? Let's look. Okay, at 8:36, and then going back to, what a pain. So here's where this simple integration really starts to come into play. Let me show you. Let's go back to this view here and go to live. Oops, I don't want that video yet. We're going to go to live. Okay.
Bye.
Here's my IDF door. If I want to see who used that door, there's the list. I'll make it full screen so you guys can see a little bit better too. Okay. This is the camera inside the room. There's also a camera outside the room too. But I can scroll and I can see, okay, I actually came in, opened the door. Let's roll it backwards. Okay, who else was there? Well, the Hulk was there. Here's me again. Here's me again. A couple doors held open. We've been in and out of there a couple times. So it's really straightforward to get that quick reference. All right, so let's look at that earlier event on the warehouse door. Okay, where's my warehouse door? So let's go to On Guard. We'll do this one with 4 doors. And
Like that.
we'll do this one. So again, here's an invalid access. Here's a granted access, an invalid access. I intentionally broke some of the access levels last night so that when people came in this morning, I'd have more invalid access, access denied to show you, because it's not like people are trying to break into our building on a daily basis. But it's so quick and easy to just say, here's my access control event. This is coming from my access control system, pulling into Milestone, the event name, the timestamp, the photo, the name, the badge type is all being pulled over into Milestone. Okay, all right. Let's say I want to look at where a particular person has been. We'll pick myself. All right. Where else have I been? One click took me to the search, pre-filled my name, and here is the running list. So this is our access control events tab, which with my screen scaling as it is right now, it shows off to the side, minimize down, but access control pre-fills the name, and I can easily just click down through them and see all of my events. We can see what it is, access granted, access denied. We can see what door it's on, the timestamp. Now, if you have a person with a badge and they come and say, hey, I lost my badge, you can come and search here quickly. Okay, well, Where was the last time your badge was used? Oh, that's not you. Let's roll it back further. Okay, there's you. So somewhere after this time, in between this time, you dropped it after this and somebody picked it up and started to use it this. That's really powerful, really quick to be able to do that in such a fast way. Could you imagine having to do that with two systems that weren't connected? You'd have to pull a report, then you're referencing that report to the video. You're jumping between different cameras. Okay, it was here, here, here. It'd take forever. Okay, so let me jump back so I don't get too ahead of myself here. So when we talk about tools, because we want to give you useful tools. Useful tool number 1, access control events matched with video. We just looked at that. Tool number 2, it's a single application. I hate to throw the term single pane of glass because it's got so much buzz in the market around it. But this is one application where I have kind of the best of both worlds in one place. You can still use alarm monitoring or S2 Netbox if that is a better solution for that user. Or most people tend to want to look at the video with their access control. So we like to take it to Milestone. Visual cardholder verification, we'll look at some demos of that here in a little bit. The activity list, what's happening, maps. We've all seen Milestone maps, but have you seen Milestone maps with doors mapped with them? Could you imagine working with a PD group? For example, universities are a great use case because they're a tiny city all on their own. But the PD group at a university is not necessarily familiar with where all the cameras are and where they're being put up and where they're being added. And so for them to be that familiar with their camera system to jump through it is really challenging. So these maps, we're going to look at them in a little bit more detail. Milestone Mobile, I can get access control data on my mobile. We'll look at that as well. And then automating actions. What can we do to streamline and make our user experiences better? So that's the main bulk of tools that we're going to look at during this session here, this demo. Okay, so first thing, we looked at the list of running people. Let's get McKay up. McKay is going to help me with a little demonstration here. For those of you in the room, McKay is going to be over here in the corner using our IDF door. For those of you not in the room, I have the cameras up on my screen. So down in the bottom left corner, you'll see McKay. Go ahead and wave McKay. There we go. Okay, so McKay is going to badge his card on our IDF door, and he should get an access granted. And there we have the event that just popped up. Access granted, and on the inside of the door, we saw that he opened the door and started to walk into the space. Reviewing that, I can click it. It gives me the details, and I can scroll that video. My timeline hasn't quite caught up with me yet, but it is there. Okay? Now let's look at what happens when we get an access denied. So McKay's got a Hulk badge there in his pocket. Okay, lots of stuff is happening here. I get an access notification, an access request notification that pops up on my workstation. You can turn these on, you can turn these off, you can customize what group of users they're delivered to. From here, I can set the mode to default, I can set it to lock, I can do a temporary, momentary unlock, whatever we want to do, however we want to behave, that door to behave. Okay, we can close that. I don't know if you saw it. Go ahead and do it again, McKay. We also got a pop-up in the bottom right corner. We'll call that one out. There it is. Popped up right here. Access denied. My access denied event from OnGuard is coming into Milestone and triggering an alarm definition. That alarm definition is generating some alarms for us up here in our alarm tab. Okay. And we're going to look at a panic button in a little bit. So if you want to grab a seat for a few minutes, you can. Thank you, McKay. All right. So let's look at that alarm list again. Sorry, the access control list. So on this access control list, if you don't know necessarily which door to look for or look at, this is going to be your go-to starting spot. And in this instance, we can look at events, doors, and card holders. For our events, we can search for names. So we can say, show me Hulk. And here is what we get for that. So here's those invalid access that we just demoed and saw. Here's some from earlier where I was testing. And then here's some access granted back before I took away his access. Okay. We can narrow that down with some filters. We can say, just show me the last hour. Show me just show me today. Show me all. And that goes back as far as your access control retention profiles are set for. We can say, just only show me access denieds. Okay, well, there's our invalid access levels, which is an access denied. We can say, just show me access granteds. There's my granteds. And we can say, which doors? We can narrow it down to a particular set of doors if we want to filter that too. We can also generate a report. And here's what that report looks like. So we can say, here's the name. We're going to say Bruce Banner access granted report. Put a date on there too if you want. Where is it going to get saved to? And then it's telling you the filters and the information that the doors and things that you have selected. So include snapshots. This is really nice. We're going to hit create, and it's going to generate that report. It's grabbing those snapshots right now. Takes about 30 seconds. And once that's generated, I can hit details. I don't remember where I saved it. That's okay. I've got a link. And here is where it was. And there's my report. And once we open the report, here we go. Here's our milestone access report. So this is really easy to generate. Turn over to an administrator, turn over to your security team. This is the person that we're trying to track. This is where they've been. This is what they look like. These are the doors they typically use. All of it. All right, let's jump out of that. Okay, we can also look at our doors, and this is giving us current statuses of our doors. So right now, our secure vestibule door and the warehouse roll-up door are held open. They're both up. The front door was open earlier, still open earlier. I did unlock it, which is why it's not telling me it's open. I told it to ignore that when it's in an unlocked state. Okay, but we get now that status from the doors. You'll notice, and I'll call this out really quick, my doors in this building come into two systems. So we have NetBox and we have OnGuard. OnGuard does show me those door statuses. NetBox doesn't yet, but that is under development right now. In fact, they wanted to test it, and I said, hold off till after this, because I don't want to break my demo system. But pretty soon we'll have those NetBox door statuses showing here as well. And so right now it just shows door closed. Those may or may not be closed, but we'll get that data soon. Again, same thing. You've got typical filters, which doors, what estates do we want to know about. So if you just need a list on what all my doors that are currently held open, we can uncheck the all box. And we can do, let's see, I think I have those coming in as door open. There we go. Uncheck the rest. And there's my door held open right there. Okay. Card holders, if you just need to quickly search for a card holder, you get the whole list of all your card holders with all of the information that is currently in them inside of OnGuard. So here you've got name, badge type, the badge numbers, are they allowed visitors, the department they're in, their location, when the last time that record was changed inside of OnGuard, and so on. And we can jump here to events, which takes us back to that search. Okay, moving on to maps. So let's go back to our views and maps. Make that full screen so it's easier to see, and I'll zoom out. So here is a typical Milestone map. We've got our cameras on there. We've got doors on there. And in this case, I've got both my on-guard doors and my netbox doors. Those doors are showing states, so we can see that this vestibule door is currently in a held open state. It's throwing an alarm because of that. My front door is currently in an unlocked state. And I have a red circle around the IDF door because there's an alarm tied to that door. And so that's showing that. I have also my software and controllers on the map, as well as the readers, and an input button, which we demo as a panic button. So we'll look at that as well. On the doors, I can interact with these doors on the map as well. So I can right-click on a door. I can say open. If I right-click on the reader, I get different options. So here I can change my reader modes. I can set that to unlocked, locked, card or pin, card and pin, facility mode only, or just back to whatever the configured default is. So here, we'll just go like this, and we'll say open. You hear it click for those who are in the room. I can click on the reader. I can say set card mode to unlocked. Now, here on my alarms, I have another alarm that it has generated. I have an alarm definition called remote unlock. And you can see the category is just an insignificant alarm. It's just more for tracking purposes. If somebody were to, through the software or from a mobile app, unlock a door, this is just another place to create a log entry for it. Okay? All right. So back to that example of a university where your on-property security team may not know where all the cameras are. Well, if I get a door forced alarm, let's say they come back in here through our warehouse, I can easily leverage maps to say, okay, there's the door you came in. I can go to playback, and we can pick a time. So we've got somebody there, and we can go, okay, where's this person going? And we can move to the next camera. All right, well, based on this map, the only places they can go would be to stay in that room or come out the double doors here into the lobby. Okay, well, what shows me the double doors coming into the lobby? Let's grab this guy. Well, not quite. Let's grab this one. There we go. So now we've got our double doors. We can keep tracking as they come back into the room. Okay, well, where else do they go? Well, according to my map, the only places they can go would be back the way they came, into an office, or further down the way. So when you have a large campus with a large number of cameras, this enables your operators to be able to better track where people are going. See the door states of those doors, be able to trigger those doors. If you can get ahead of the person, you could lock down a door if they've got a stolen badge that they shouldn't be using. So really powerful tool. Okay. All right, so let's look at Milestone Mobile now, because this is fun. So we'll make it full screen, hide everything else in the background. Okay, so this is Milestone Mobile. Oops, there we go. And it's pretty typical for what you see. When you turn on the access control portion of it, if you scroll across the top here, you get an access control tab. In this, I get a list of all my doors in the system. So we can say, show me the, let's pick a good one here, the front door. Here's my front door. Now I have 3 cameras associated with this front door. It's going to show me the default one first, but I can toggle between the rest. There's the intercom at the front door, and here's the inside view of the front door. It tells me the current state of the door. It says door is currently online and unlocked. It does say the door is closed, which it is not, so that tells me that there's an issue I need to look at. So not only is this great for operators, but this is also great for your technicians who are troubleshooting doors, maybe need to figure out what's going on with the door. Why is it saying this when it's actually not? Okay, from here, I can command an open, and that door will open or unlock for that moment. Let's do one that's a little more visible here. So let's come to warehouse roll-up door. We'll change to a camera where we can see the door. It's currently open. I'll hit the button, and that door is now closing. So if you have a situation where you got to step away from the office maybe for a little bit, but you need to be able to let a contractor in, you can remotely pop those doors on your phone. Okay? All right. And if you click on the video, it'll take you to the live view, and then you can click on the playback and then navigate the playback that way. Let's go back to our access control. Okay, so we have doors. We also have events. So similarly in the Smart Client, how we can see all those events that we were looking at, we can do that same thing here. So door held, open, canceled, door open, command issued. I can click on it, and it's going to show me that event in the timeline. Here's the 3 associated cameras with that event, all in one spot. I can hit view door, and that's going to take me to the door, and now I can issue a command there. We can also see our access requests. So typically an access request is set up so that anybody who badges at a door and gets like an invalid access level or an access denied, those would be the sorts of things that you would say, report this to me as an access request. Those access requests, they do show up in your mobile. They also pop up on your Smart Client as we saw. And from there, you have the option to, one, see the camera, and then to control it. And then on mobile, they expire. And so once they expire, they don't show up on the list anymore. And then you have to look at the event section. All right. Let's look now at automating some behaviors. One thing that we can do, very entry-level automating behaviors, is this. Let me go to this guy, and let's go to live, and then we're going to look at, again, that warehouse camera. The ability to command an action inside a Milestone, to open a door, unlock a door, close a door, whatever it might be, those are permission-based, and there's a couple ways you can do that. One, you can use the default credentials that make that connection between Milestone and your access control system. So if you're using a service account for that, then you'll get those permissions. There is some scoping within those rules of permission, so you can say some people have access to the access control elements and some people don't. If you need to get more granular in that and say, this user has access to these 5 doors to open them, and this user has access to these 10 other doors, but not those 5, then what you do is you're going to require them to enter their access control credentials as they log into Milestone. So Milestone prompts you for your Milestone credentials, and then you'll get a second login screen that prompts you for your access control credentials. And when you do that, it's going to scope that user's permissions to what they would be able to do within the actual access control software if they were just getting there directly. So they're only going to get the doors that they want. They're only going to get the commands that they should have. So there's a couple of different ways to architect that. But let's say you don't want to give somebody access to the access control portion at all, but you do want them to be able to open maybe one door, something like that. Well, you don't have to give them access to, there's not an all or nothing here. We have the flexibility. You can create an overlay button inside a Milestone. And this overlay button, single click, and it opens the door. This is really useful for those receiving desks, maybe for the receptionist who has to reach over, hit another button, or get up and unlock the door. The ability to say, hey, I can see somebody, I can see the warehouse guy, or the UPS just showed up, they backed up the truck. I can hit that button and the door opens while I'm walking out to meet them, whatever the situation may be. Really powerful, really useful. So, and those overlay buttons are not just limited to the doors. You can use them to trigger inputs or a bunch of different things. Another thing you can do is pair a rule, and let's look at some rules here. So we can say, for example, and this is a good example, we can say on an access denied, there we go, took a minute to refresh. On an access denied for the IDF door, I want to swing my PTZ to a preset. So if you have an area in a building that doesn't necessarily have coverage of all the doors in that area, you can leverage one PTZ that can see all those doors, and on this event for this door, move to this preset. For this event for this door, move to this preset. I've got it parked right now so that we can have this other view, so it won't swing right now, unfortunately. Okay. We also have sirens and strobes and audio alerts. So, McKay, would you pull our lockdown? Keep my fingers crossed that I didn't break it this morning too. Okay, so pulling the lockdown is a contact closure inside of OnGuard that worked. So that's a button wired into a spare input on one of the Mercury boards. That event in OnGuard is just set up as a panic button. That event then translates into Milestone as a panic button and then triggers a rule. That rule creates a definition. That rule also then in OnGuard says lock all the doors so that nobody can move, into the space. Okay, we get that alarm generation. We get that. Here's my facility lockdown. It's going to pull up the map where that happened. We see that red alarm around the map. We see the video of McKay pulling that alarm. We have our Access D4100 siren strobe that played a tone and flashed a amber light. Let me tell you why that light is important. Too many of us are accustomed to all of these random notifications and pop-ups that we get on our computers. We get emails, we get chat messages, we get every web page you've ever visited to is trying to throw up messages to you. And our operators and our users have become, they glaze over and they start ignoring things. So if there's an event that you actually want to draw their attention to, you put a D4100 in the dispatch office, in the security office. When that event comes in, a facility lockdown, it's kind of not one you want to ignore, right? So when that event comes in, you set off the siren strobe. Now, this was quiet. This was a quiet setting that it's on right now, because all I want it to do is just draw my attention to the fact that there's something I need to look at, okay? And then from there, they can respond and behave the way they need to. Now, it's still going because our button's still held, right? Go ahead and release our button. And it'll take a second, but it should clear out. There it goes. And if I come back to here, we'll see this. Okay, McKay, would you actually pull that one more time? Because I think I was not on that right screen. And so I really want the people on the live stream to be able to see that D4100 responded in that way. So there it is, facility lockdown. The tone's going off. I need to pay attention. I need to do my job. There's something I need to look at. Start making phone calls, radio calls, whatever it is after that. Okay, thanks. You can reset that. Okay. Let's look at another one. When you think of access control, how many people think of LPR? Probably not many, but it is a trackable asset, right? We have a license plate. Well, one thing we can do is we can take our Milestone LPR data. When we get a match, we can send that event back into OnGuard or into our access control system. So we can say, on a plate match, open a resident gate, whatever that might be. Let me show you an example of that. So this is a high-rise condominium here in Vegas, one of our customers. And what we have is you're going to see a stone vehicle. We've registered our stone vehicle plate in their database. There's two gates. There's a front gate. Those gates have two lanes, as you can see. There's a guest lane and a resident lane. As residents pull up, their plate gets scanned and they can drive right through. There's no interaction required from the guard in the gatehouse. That leaves the guard in the gatehouse free to process the visitors that are coming in through the guest lane. Okay, so we implemented this when they were started to have issues with residents complaining that the guards were busy, not letting them in. They had just a little blue dot on their windshield that they were, the guard was looking for that blue dot. I see the blue dot, okay, I'm gonna push this button, open the gate. Well, so we added this LPR functionality inside a Milestone that's then commanding their access control system to open the gate based on a valid match. So we'll see a stone vehicle come, drive through. We'll see that in the top right camera. We'll see the plate get read, and then you'll see the gate start to open. But not only that, the stone vehicle is registered not as a resident plate, it's registered as a contractor plate. And so not only do we open that first gate, but then we open the secondary gate, which is down here in the bottom right corner. You'll see this gate here open. Before, they had a clicker and they were walking out around the corner to click this gate like it was your garage at home. So now we have a multi-step process where based on one event, we're doing multiple things. We offloaded that work from them, and here it goes. Hit play. A little bird there. Bird's not causing any issues with the LPR. There's the stone truck coming in. There's the tag. There's the read. Tells us who it is. I'm going to pause it here.
Yeah.
So on that read, we have the plate number. That plate number matches to custom fields that we've also added to Milestone that tell us who that vehicle is assigned to and the company that vehicle is assigned to. This property also, for the residents, tracks the make and model, year, and color of the vehicle. And that's all information that they enter manually into their database, and then we take that database and import it into Milestone. So, but that gives the guard an easy way to say, just as they're watching people coming and going, hey, that's supposed to be a black Lexus, but now it's a red Toyota. That's a problem, right? Either somebody's illegally swapping plates or somebody stole a plate and is now trying to break into the property. Okay, so we got that plate read. There goes the resident gate. Down in the bottom right corner, you can see that second gate opening, which lets us into the contractor parking area. One trigger, multiple behaviors, multiple actions. Their guards don't have to do anything with that anymore. We freed up their time to deal with the people that I actually need to deal with. This is just one very easy example that shows what this integration can do. As simple as it may sound, access control and Milestone, the options are almost endless. You can use these event triggers as well to drive content up to your smart wall. And normally, if you were here, we'd have this nice smart wall demo projector with two screens, or two screens on either side. They're hiding right now, because the event took it over. But we have on our YouTube channel a video where I actually dig into smart wall a lot and showcase exactly some of these things. So if you want to know more about that, check that out there. We can always do follow-up sessions in the future for some of our other trainings. But we can take our access denied event, we can drive content up to our smart wall, we can fire off that D4100, and so now our officers, our security teams sitting somewhere know that, hey, there was an access denied, I need to look at this, this is a secure area, there shouldn't be any access denied because nobody with a badge who has access, or if they don't have access, they should know better than to try to access these doors, right? So there's a lot you can do with that too. Okay. Now, back to what I said at the beginning. Stone is not trying to say, integrate, do all these things, with a lot of hype behind it. These are things that we've done. These are things that we've set up. These are things that we know can be useful. This integration has come a long way. If you've tried it in the past and it for one reason or another hasn't worked, now is the time to try again. Let us help you with that, and let us show you some of those things that can be done in your system. Let's identify some problems. let's find solutions to those problems, and then let's implement those solutions. This particular use case inside of Milestone is probably one of the more exciting things that I've got to play with in the last several years because of the impact that it can have to your users. You want to free up a lot of their time, some of their time, so that they can focus on other things, because of course, we're asking them to do other things too, right? This will let them do that. It puts better tools at their fingertips without taking away or making it more complicated to work. This simplifies. This improves their tool sets. This lets them do their job. This enables them to do their job. So with that, that's all that I have. Hope you guys have enjoyed this. If you have any questions, I'll be around. Definitely come ask. We can show you out in the lobby. We've got that same setup out there. So, but thank you very much, everyone.
Great job, Adam. Tough one to follow there. Hello, everyone. My name is Joe Thistle. I'm the newly appointed Global Account Manager in charge of Stone Security. We also have Mark McCormick up here and Quang Trin. First, Brent, Joey, the team at Stone asked me to say a few things about Stone. It's been a great relationship we've had over the years. I know Mark wanted to mention a few words before I got into my slides here.
Am I on? Okay. Look at on July 1st, we made Stone Security. We brought them into the NSI program. It was an internal announcement with an access. Now I'm here to say it's an official that the NSI program includes Stone Security. I think I can speak speak on behalf of the entire Access organization. We are thrilled to have you guys in our program, and we look forward to supporting you not only here nationally, but globally, based on yesterday's meetings of your expectations of year-over-year growth. We're excited about supporting that across the globe. So welcome, and we look forward to a great partnership moving forward.
So when I talked with Rob last week in preparation for this, we really wanted to highlight why we partner with Stone and, how we align. As Brent mentioned earlier, we're at 19 years of partnership. They have won 8 awards. It was actually great. I don't know if Brent looked at my slide deck prior to that, but he did highlight that. Another thing, too, is they actually have 30 Access certified professionals. So that's actually very, very large comparative to a lot of the other integrators out there. And with them being a member of our National System Integrator program, anyone at Stone can actually attend any of our trainings at no cost. Where we feel we really align with Stone, and it's one of their core values, is the people. Access has our own core values. Stone's has their own, I'm sure Milestone and Linnell as well. But we align very, very closely with their people. We have similar culture. And the big thing with Access, and I've noticed, with my couple months here managing Stone, is that, work-life balance. There is more than just, selling cameras and installing, but we want to make sure we have, a happy home and, a happy life. And then finally, the innovation and vision. You just saw Adam and the rest of the presenters today. We all have that strategic vision together, and we want to make sure we can grow that together. The other piece, closer to the customer. If you're familiar with Access, we call that our Access Experience Centers, our regional salespeople out there in the field. But as you can see here, we're in that Global Technology Center, and they're also starting to expand throughout the country. So we want to be, in lockstep with them. As they grow, we want to grow with them. Sharing what we know. Obviously, Adam just did a fantastic presentation. So knowledge transfer, training is something that's very important to both organizations. Feedback and development. We can't get better if we don't, share that feedback and develop new, solutions. And then finally, we seed together. We're just a small piece of it. So, Access, Stone, the end customer, the Wescos, the Milestones of the world, we have to act as a team there. And then, finally, one thing I want to make sure as we expand with Stone and, as they expand across the country, I like to say we have that local feel, with national support. Some of my, role going forward will be, increasing those operational efficiencies. That's going to be obviously on the forecasting and demand planning side, the sales, getting more familiar with, their sales group, training, and then support. I want to make sure when they pop up a new office in Washington, D.C., they're getting the same, training and support that they get in, Salt Lake City. And then finally, Andy was alluding to it yesterday, the Wolf Pack. But great things in business are never done by one person. They're done by a team of people. And here at Axis, we try to build a team around Stone. So I'm just one piece of that. We have our people there out in the field. We have Mark, we have Quang, we have a few other Axis people here, helping support. So we really want to make sure we have that team environment so, we can, offer those best in breed solutions. And then in transition before, I pass it over to Quang, just go one more slide for me here. Axis is very, very invested in, innovation and, R&D. As you can see, 18% of our revenue is dumped back into that R&D budget. 35% of our employees, so actually if you go over to the mothership there in Lund, Sweden, majority of them are R&D engineers. We're always looking for, new ideas. With Stone, getting the elevated status with us, they actually do a lot of our beta testing and give us a lot of great feedback. I know a few of them actually went over to Lund, Sweden earlier this year. We were able to meet with the product managers and actually present it to a bunch of the R&D folks as well. So we always want to collaborate, take the feedback, and, increase our technology, and then offer a better solution to the customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So my name is Quang Tran. I've been with Axis for 11 years, and I remember in 2013 meeting Brent and Stone, and I really appreciate seeing the organic growth that Stone has achieved in partnering with us. And today I'm going to present a little bit about what Joe alluded to, is how Axis innovates and partner with Stone Security. It'd be easy for me to come up here and do a roadmap, but I think the best way to kind of express and show insights into the value that we bring as a partner is to kind of show you a little bit of a glimpse of how we innovate at Axis and how we look at things and how we go to market. So I specifically focus on platform technologies that are coming into the industry with AI, cloud, and data. So this actually shows the opportunity growth that the industry is going to have, not only with what we're providing, but the expansion and further technology innovations that Axis is bringing to the table. So with that, what I want to kind of give you an idea is that, for us, it's about business outcome. And at the heart of that is our end customers. And I know a lot of noise out there around AI and analytics. And really what it comes down to is when we talk to our customers, they want successful business outcomes. And what we've identified is if we can innovate based on their business outcomes, we have a winning formula. And with that, what we've identified here is in the next layer these are the technology influences that make their decisions on what they use or what they choose to achieve those business outcomes, right? So if you look at here, the foundation of some of the trends that they're looking at is, of course, cybersecurity. We live in a digital transformation world now that if you don't have cybersecurity as part of your DNA or your plan, you're probably not going to get anywhere with any of your end customers regarding what they're doing, right? The second aspect of this is data. And this data is very important. More organizations are moving to a data-driven solution, and that's a part of their business outcome that they're looking for. And when I mean data, I mean anything from our video data to sensor data like radar that we saw from our partners. Also access control data, right? And then there's also other data that also bleeds into this because there's other aspects of the organization that are now understanding that their data is very valuable and they want to be able to use that data in a very meaningful way. And then the other two influences right now are, of course, cloud. And just like what Tim mentioned, cloud is not a destination. It is a tool to really enhance what they're looking for, right? And because of that, those options are there for them to look at. And then lastly, right now, the biggest elephant in the room is AI. I think AI, whether we like it or not, is impacting our industry, other industries as well too. And I think a lot of people will get up on stage and talk about the future of AI, and I really think that AI is here already. And we have to be prepared, we have to understand, and we have to figure out what are the best uses. And our customers are doing that as well too. So they're also on that journey with us to figure out how to create those positive business outcomes with all these forces. And then underneath that, what we've realized is that in the cybersecurity space, there's the physical security space as well too. So as the IT teams are protecting their IT infrastructures and their digital infrastructure, physical security plays a very inherent role in their business units to ensure that assets are physically protected, right? So our industry in the physical security space is growing and expanding rapidly. The other aspect is we've seen this over the last decade, IT. how many of you guys are more engaged with IT teams, with your customers, in looking at the solutions and how to integrate the systems into their IT systems, right? We saw that in the last decade. The other aspect where I focus on a lot is other business units. We're seeing that with the access of data, that other business units within the end customer's organization are now asking, well, oh, you have video. We have all these insights. We can actually validate our insights with the video that you guys already have. So I think that's where there's a lot of synergy that are happening within the actual customer's environment. And with that, what's happening is, we've lived in siloed different teams in the past. And I think that is actually breaking down. And it's not just us as an industry looking at open standards and partnering with partners or even competitors. It's all about the end customer now realizing that within their own organization, they need to not be siloed as well too. They need to collaborate and work together, and that's all feeding this aspect of wanting more positive business outcomes. So just want to give you guys a glimpse of how we are approaching in the way we innovate at the device level. And this is how we view as a formula in terms of understanding what's out there and how do we grow. And just like yesterday when Brent was talking about, the success of Stone, I really think that the growth for Stone to get to $1 billion company is very achievable. When you think about the security space, our market is small compared to IT and all these other business units. Those units and that market is $1 trillion business market. So now that everything's all blending in, there's opportunities for growth from now over the next decade. So I think there's some opportunities there, and it's very achievable. And I think that's where we view things, and that's how we're going to innovate on our side. So with that, let's talk about some innovations when it comes to the business units. What we're finding is that security is now kind of expanding, right? So what I want to go through are some slides about some sample use cases, because when we talk to customers, it's not one particular use case they want to solve. Once they realize that they got all the tools that they need, they are actually solving a lot of use cases. So as a vendor, it's hard for us to really extrapolate what is a general, global, or generalized solution that can fit for everyone. So an example of what the pandemic has caused was how many of you guys remember occupancy and your customers asking about like, hey, how do I understand my environment a little bit more, right? And for years we've had solutions for counting people, but counting people has kind of evolved based on the pandemic when they want to understand flow, velocity, other aspects of their organization. So occupancy was that one aspect, right? That a lot of our customers were looking for when it comes to a business outcome that benefits their business. The other aspect of this is process monitoring. We're finding that a lot of our industrial manufacturing are now looking at how much more data and information can they see. So an example here would be, hey, how do I overlay the mechanical aspects of my environment into the video that you already have? Again, this is the digital transformation world. Everybody wants to figure out how to work together more closely to make it much more easier and efficient. So we see that as another potential business use case. So hopefully some of these examples that I'm giving you guys here kind of gives you into the insight of the questions and the engagements that we're having with end customers to understand what are their needs and how do we fit as a component into that system that's going to allow them to achieve what they're looking for, right? So another example with this is temperature monitoring. So you take that aspect in, and now you're looking at other operational maintenance of their equipment. So all this can be done with devices and sensors on the edge that now have been digitized. So again, another example of some operational efficiency type stuff that bleeds over even to safety and security. Because when you think about certain critical infrastructure customers that are looking for safety and security, this is also going to be an added element or an augmented benefit of what they're looking for. And then here's an example of how we kind of take temperature monitoring and starts to connect the pieces. I think Adam showed a really good example of that type of automation. And one of the things that we try to not add into the market are, marketing terms like smart or AI, right? Because really when it comes down to it is when you have better integrated systems, you have better automation. So here's an example where several customers when we're talking to around temperature monitoring, how do we integrate other components to make this much more easier and efficient, right? Using audio speakers, using physical buttons to create actions as part of their SOP. One of the things that we believe at Access is that the technology itself that we provide is not the only component. There has to be people and process. And that's been a very common methodology for a lot of industries to basically make sure that you have a lot of these core components that really make the system successful out there. So this is a good example of kind of integrating all these different aspects of their systems into one and automate that in a way that makes sense for them. The other aspect of this is now with the advent of AI and computer vision, you have the ability now to even look at anomaly detection, right? So when it comes to things like logistics, there's a lot of ROI and investments into logistics and understanding if things are delivered appropriately. And this really helps not only curtail the efficiencies of their employees, but also looks at overall, employee behavior and shipments and things like that. So another good example of some operational efficiency use cases that we've been discussing with our customers. And then this is one from critical manufacturing when it comes to visual verification. There's already systems out there outside of security that our customers are using that brings business insight. And really those business insights are already valuable to them. And then what they're realizing now is that with digital cameras on the network, they can actually use it to visually verify. So now when you combine those types of business intelligence type of applications and platforms and tie that into the data that we can provide them from video, now you have this cohesiveness that really reduces the amount of either false alerts, false events, and this is what we're all looking to achieve. I think with all these type of tools that are hitting the market, we're seeing that we're becoming more of a proactive industry instead of reactive, right? Because the tools that are available, the technology is available, and it's actually accessible to our customers. Our customers are seeing that this exists now and that they actually have the budget and it's doable for them to actually accomplish because the ROI and the return on investment is really already tipping towards that scale. And then this is related to some of our body worn where we've been asked for chain of custody when it comes to even visual inspection and ensuring that employee behaviors and safety is also set. So another example of utilizing video to verify other means of logistics and operations. So these are some of the use cases that, again, that we've kind of been discussing with our end customers. And that just shows a component of where we sit amongst a bigger system that's going to provide those positive business outcomes. And then lastly, this is going to go into some of the other things I'm going to go into around computer vision is scene metadata visualization. I know that we work very well, we integrate well with Milestone, but we also have customers where they don't need the video, they just want the data. So if our devices can count people or count vehicles or do other things that they can detect at the edge, they have limited bandwidth, they don't need to send the video until they actually have an incident. And then they can look back at the timestamp and then verify that. So they can use a Milestone system to retrieve video, right? So here is an example of something like this. And this actually came from a project we did in EMEA with LoRaWAN, where it's very limited in bandwidth space for transmission. So when you're talking about metadata and just counting of vehicles, that's in the kilobits. So that's very doable, and that gets thrown into a dashboard where an operator doesn't need to look at an intersection or several intersections. They're just looking at a dashboard, looking at normalized traffic, and if there's peaks or valleys, then they can actually go investigate those type of anomalies. This makes the solution much more viable and much more efficient for somebody to sustain, right? So I think these are some of the key things that we're starting to see to really bleed over to the things that we're trying to provide as well too. So yes, would we like to provide the video? Yes, but I think the fact that we can do a lot of edge processing and provide other valuable data, this is where we're starting to see customers really gravitate to and looking for other ways and creative ways to utilize the information and data that we have at the edge. And I think you guys will see more of this in the near future. So with that, I'm going to go into a little bit about what Axis does really well. We are a camera at heart, but we also have other devices like radar. But to what AI has done with video and images, I think one of the things I wanted to kind of elaborate here is I've called this modern computer vision. Computer vision has been in the industry for decades. Industrial manufacturing has been using cameras to look for anomalies for high production yields and error corrections, but it's never applied intelligence to that. And this is the reason why in the AI world, they're re-bringing that term back, but now they're calling it modern computer vision, because now they're able to take all those aspects of machine vision and actually add some more intelligence into it. And that is really where we're starting to see things happen. And for us, when we develop sensors at the edge, taking in the images, I think there's an aspect of innovation that we need to push in our industry that a lot of people have not seen yet. And with that, you guys are familiar with AOA, right? So AOA is, has the ability to detect people and vehicles, in the scene, and we can also count a scene fully. But one of the key things we're testing right now, and this is a preview, it's called tunnel vision. And what tunnel vision means is we know our customers have cameras mounted and they're looking at an overview and they want to see everything because they want to capture as much as they can. But if in that scene, let's say they just want to count an area of the parking lot for just vehicles and they don't want to count the whole scene and they want to be very particular in a particular lot, but the camera is looking at a wide angle. Here, let me play the video real quick. What you'll see is the ability to just go into your area of interest. And then the AOA analytic only runs in that region to give you that data. So it ignores everything else. I mean, this is nothing like, too crazy or too fancy. It's just basically understanding our customers' needs and saying, hey, these are cameras that are deployed for security purposes, but if I'm going to use them for some business insights, how do I make that to be more granular so I don't have to filter all that out, right? So something like this is in a preview mode right now. It's not published out into our devices yet, but it's in preview. Another preview is this. And this is something that's very interesting. And if you look at image segmentation here, how many of you in the last year have gone to a trade show and see bounding boxes, right? Because the way AI works is it needs grid. It needs an X and a Y coordinate, and it sends all that. So there's a lot of extra data that it doesn't need in order to identify and classify things. What we're showing here is something that would take a lot of GPU power to analyze the image and go down to a very semantic level of pixels. And we're doing this at the edge, and we're offering this data for free to our partners to analyze. So this is a preview mode where we basically take image segmentation. We're able to associate certain groups and cluster of objects into particular objects or pixels in the scene, and we go down to the pixel level and we color code that. So when you look at this, you see that the car is not a bounding box, right? So we're being very efficient in how we process at the edge. And this is where we have an advantage where we get access to that raw data and we're able to produce something like this. This is also in preview, and we don't know what the market will hold, but the fact that we have this in preview is another way for us to collaborate with you and our end customers to say, hey, is this something worth it for you guys to look into? Is there a use case for it? And the great thing with this is that normally you guys would get access to this by talking to a field sales engineer. I'm going to give you an example right now. Actually, let me show you another one before I go into that. So this is, again, taking that image segmentation and then also taking our classification into account. But what I want to show you here is that if you go to our devices with the latest firmware and you add a question mark and preview to it, you can preview and test that those two features out right now. And normally you would work with Stone and an Access FSE to get into it, but I want to make sure that I'll let you guys know that that is a preview. And in the future, when we have previews, that's going to be available, and you can definitely work with your Stone representative to see how to unlock some of these preview features. And when it's in preview, what we ask is it's a collaboration between us and our partners and our end customers. So we will never opt you guys in to sharing the data. So we would say, hey, if there's ever an option that when you guys deploy our products and you guys are okay sharing anonymous data to us, that helps us make a better product. And this is just an example of the anonymous data that we collect. We don't collect the images. We don't collect how you're deploying the device. We're just looking at the usage of the device. We're just looking at the performance, the CPU, the memory, because this helps us understand performance, understands if anything either crashes or locks, and we will build a better a solution for that. And I think the only way to do that is to give you guys exposure to our solutions and have it tested in your environment and share that anonymous data back to us. We can do so much in our labs, but having it out in the real world where you guys have dynamic images that changes, and there's always surprises, right? So I think that's the type of collaboration we're looking for. So I want to kind of share this with the audience here so that if you guys want to test that out, if you guys have the latest firmware with RPEC 8 cameras, you can preview that out and let us know. This is something that is also the AI industry has been trying to do for the longest time. And right now, everybody has a way to detect people, but we're talking about better quality data. So re-identification takes a lot of GPU power on a server on the cloud to actually not double count a person or know that that person is there. So here's an example of what we're able to do at the edge. And that data is provided to our partners to do whatever they want. And I think this is the beginning of understanding, how do we make sure that the quality that we provide at the edge is very good quality. And also comes down to a lot of use cases where a lot of times when you're looking at the security industry and you're looking to track an adversary within your building space, right? This type of edge processing and combining and clustering cameras together is going to be reality in the next year. This is, and the fact that we're able to do this at the edge with very limited compute on-prem and on the cloud, imagine what you can do when you augment that. And the things that you can do to enhance not only the business insights, but also the safety and security of not only your employees, but your guests that come into your facilities. So I want to kind of give you a glimpse of where we're heading and what that looks like. And it's becoming very real in our world. So the next topic is digital twins. And a lot of you guys might like, what is digital twins, right? And digital twins is something that is a market that is slowly coming into our industry. To give you a good analogy, how many of you guys use a Thomas Brother to look around for directions anymore? No one, right? Everybody uses Google Maps, right? So Google Maps is basically a digital twin. It's a digital twin of cities and states, and it has all the street information. And remember how Google Maps was when it first came out compared to how it is now. It has data on traffic statistics, and it helps you reroute things, right? So that concept is now being applied into the security space. And what you're going to see in the next couple of years is more digital twin platforms that are going to come into the space that offers a lot of really good insights for you to not only look at achieve those business outcomes in safety and security, but other things as well too. And just to give you an example is, why digital twin is very important for us. If you look at this image here, right? We as humans can look at this and tell 3D depth, right? You can tell how, estimate-wise how far a car, the trees, the building is, right? But in the computer world, it's a 2D map. Like there needs to be a lot to go into that, right? So when it comes to the data that we're able to achieve at the edge, what we're going to do is we're going to be able to take all that and be able to actually have 3D data, the spatial data that we can provide to a digital twin platform. And this is an example of something that just was announced about a week ago by Intel. So Intel has a digital twin platform called Scenescape, and they announced integration into our devices to further enhance their 3D or 4D aspects of their digital twin to analyze things. So when you're talking about like parking and you're looking at 2D images, you get so much more information when you can put that into a 3D environment to look at not only compliance, but safety and other things. So this area is very new to the security industry, but I can tell you by ISC West, there's a lot of digital twin platforms out there that are starting to aggregate all of the video data into their systems so that they can correlate other aspects. Brent, I think, mentioned LPRC. So we are working, and James is here, we are working with LPRC with a lot of retail customers to solve this, and they actually have a digital twin platform called Esri, where they're taking geospatial data and camera data, and they're also taking other like crime statistic data and correlating all that. That's kind of like the future now. Like the future is actually here with those platforms that are starting to understand that, hey, once we can actually integrate successfully into all these other systems, video systems, access control systems, we can provide better insights to our customers, and they can make better decisions. The other aspect of digital twins that is also very valuable for us as security practitioners is risk assessments. Imagine in a 3D environment where you have all the data of all of the movements and traffics and anomalies that are happening within your facility. If you are a veteran of understanding risk assessment and where things are at, you can actually start to really simulate that in a digital twin and offer really good advice to your customers to say, hey, you know what? I think we need to add some more additional cameras here, or maybe we need to put other things here like an evolved turnstile, right? One of the key examples that is really beneficial from a digital twin environment is a few weeks or months ago with the soccer event down in Florida, where all the crowds kind of rushed the stadium. So in a digital twin environment, they could have simulated that ahead of time and anticipate what happens if there's more crowd coming in and understanding crowd flow and blocking things off and maybe simulating and saying, hey, maybe we need to put more additional guards here or maybe additional barriers here. This is where the future of where digital twins, where they're providing these business insights and business outcomes that can actually verify things with video data and 3D spatial data that we're providing, from our devices. And this is where the innovation from us is coming. Because a couple of years ago, when you need, in order to get 3D spatial data, you had to have two lenses, kind of like at a very symmetric distance between each other. So that was our 3D people counter. Now we can actually get 3D spatial data with one lens. And that is because of AI and all the algorithms that we're able to do from the raw data level. And I think that's going to be the future of providing more information than just an image that you get from our devices. And then here's some more examples of recreating the digital twin in the 3D environment and understanding much more aspects of a parking lot situation for parking violation. If they're parking in a certain way, this is just, again, more information for our customers to achieve those type of business outcomes. And then here's the other thing. So AI is not the only thing. We are looking to leverage our devices and what it can mean. I think one of the partners here was showing drone detection and GPS locations, but and we have extensive processing power at the edge to do overlays. So imagine the ability to overlay like Google Maps and streets into an image and basically be able to now have an operator, when they're responding to an event, be able to clearly state where the incident is happening, right? I think this is one aspect where we don't need to use AI. We're just using the edge processing power that we have at the edge to see how we can ingest other data into our video stream. Because again, as talking to our customers, video is becoming that ideal verification of incidences and events that are happening out there. So this is an example of something we're experimenting and looking at. Will it come out later on down the road? It possibly can, but this is something that we are getting feedback on to see, is there a value to integrating something like that into it? The other thing we have, here's another example of 3D spatial overlay too as well. And the other aspect of this is because we have the ability to use our AI algorithms to understand 3D space, we're talking about auto calibration. And once you import all that information into it, we want this to be very seamless. We understand usability and user interface is very ideal. We do not want to have too many steps into getting this data information into our devices, but this is something that definitely we're working on. And we'll be working with Stone to get some more feedback from our end customers if this is viable for what they're looking for. And then this right here is a quick snapshot, but we are also looking at geotagging the data into our object detection. So once we have the cameras out there calibrating and they actually understand geospatial data and they're facing north or south or east and they understand distance, the idea now is to take geospatial data into our cameras and overlay that onto objects that makes sense. So then if you're worried about privacy or concerns, you can actually just look at the geospatial data on the actual objects that you're tracking. And this could be another valuable asset to our customers. So these are just some examples, some proof of concepts that we're working on right now that really is going to enhance the usability of our devices at the edge. And then lastly, I'm going to talk about the future of AI. And actually, like I stated earlier, the future of AI is here. It's now. It's no longer future. And one of the things I wanted to kind of talk about is these are the impacts. From Axis, we believe the impacts is automation, right? In the security space, it's about reducing times and errors. The other aspect of this is interoperability. You're going to have better integrated systems. When Milestone and Linnell can digest the data that we provide, you're going to get better performance. You're going to get better outputs from our devices. Maintenance, this is huge. For Stone, you guys are servicing your customers. So the best thing that you can do is provide insights into their systems and provide predictive maintenance. And that's going to happen with a lot of these AI algorithms and data that our devices are going to allow you to ingest. The other aspect of this is energy efficiency. I kind of mentioned earlier, right? Everywhere you go in trade shows, you're seeing bounding boxes. And that's great. Everybody has bounding boxes. But what I showed you with image segmentation is a better, efficient way to use the processing power. And that's where we're going that route. And because if we're efficient in processing that image, guess what? The power consumption is even lower. So you're going to get more for less. And that's our goal here. We understand AI is a very fluid technology and things are changing every 3 months. So we want to make sure that we're staying ahead of it, but also being very cautious, right? We want to make sure that you as the customer is going to benefit benefit from the output of what we're going to provide. And this goes into this next phase is ethical use and governance. We know this is coming, right? EU just passed an act on AI systems, and the US right now has a lot of plans in federal proposals and even state proposals. So we as a vendor have to be very cognizant with everything that's happening in that field, and we want to make sure that we abide by that. And very similar to the mission statement of Stone in operating and doing business in an ethical way, we want to do the same thing because we want to make this all seamless. Like all these components you guys don't have to worry about this if we comply and we follow these ethical standards that the industry is following and other industries are following.
So that's actually
We want to make sure that you guys are going to be able to use the technology now and in the future. Again, cybersecurity, data privacy, and protection, that's very huge, and you saw that in the other slides as a foundational aspect of it. And this is where the business outcomes is huge, right? Historical and near real-time analysis. The movement to proactive is very real because in order to do that, you do have to ingest your historical data. But once you have the historical data and you have the trends, you move to more proactive. And now you can start to react to things in real time. And this is a huge game changer in our industry. And it's really going to change the way we look at systems and how we look at integrated systems. And lastly, customization. I think a lot of vendors out there might try to sell you this solution or this box that will say, hey, we're going to solve your problem here. But really what's happening is like Tim mentioned earlier, all these are tools. And what we want to do is provide you with the best tools possible because really the customization is in the power of the end customer that's going to utilize our devices, our tools in their system to achieve the business outcome that they need. That is a huge shift in our industry and other industries because everybody wants to sell you something to solve something, right? And I think there'll always be a market for that. But really when you go deep into what we're trying to provide, because for us, at where we're at, we actually take in data at its purest form. And our customers need to trust that data, right? And it goes into the theme of building trust. That is going to be huge, and that type of customization, and that's why I don't really like to use the word analytics because that really is in the hands of our customers. Our customers are going to decide what type of analytics is valuable to them and how they're going to apply it to their business. And then the other thing I wanted to kind of state is everything that you're seeing now, from object detection to vehicle detection to people detection, all that's improving. It's reducing false alerts. But one of the things is that this is going to be normalized. This is going to be standard everywhere. Just as we went to that digital transformation from analog to digital and video motion became kind of like the de facto standard. And we knew there were some shortcomings with video motion, right? With shadows and false alerts. But what's happening now is everyone is going to be standardized on object detection at the edge. It's basically an equalizer in the industry. It's going to be that standard that everyone has. So you as an end customer or Stone as a partner, you have to look at more beyond that to go, who do I want to work with to get to the actual data and the information that my customers need, right? So all that's going to be standard. And we really feel that, like I said, you go over the next year to any of the trade shows, you're going to see everybody having very similar things, right? And how do you weave through all the noise, right? The other aspect of this is where we feel value from Access is metadata, right? And metadata is going to be very huge because we're trying to do it in a very ethical way. And we're trying to make sure that we provide data that's very precise and very specific and the term we use is a very high fidelity data, right? And I think that's where it'll be used properly by our partners and our customers. And this is an example of us just improving all the metadata that we're providing at the edge. And I think that's the foundation of what we have is that, we really believe that as our customers tell us, hey, we have all these different business outcomes we're trying to achieve. What are the metadata, the things that we're missing? Because it provides context. It provides a lot of context into the scene. And that's really where, the shortcomings of AI is. AI is great in certain aspects, but there are also shortcomings to AI when it comes to the context of what it's seeing, right? So metadata for us is very huge, and we're going to continue to invest in providing the best metadata stream and detail within our environment to our partners and to our end customers for usage. And the reason why I talked about the other business units is this is a great illustration to kind of reason why metadata is at that foundation, right? We have the traditional VMS where you can send the video and the metadata into Milestone. You can do the smart search, and that's another component. Smart search is going to be standard. Like, the way that you're going to be efficiently searching video and putting them into cases, those are going to be very standardized for us in the security space. But the huge thing is these IoT platforms, these other business units that I was talking about earlier, they have other platforms that also want the data. And how do you do that simultaneously? So as a device, we need to be able to be very open to say, oh yeah, while you're working with Milestone and Linnell, you can actually tap the same data to another system and use it for other things. This actually adds value to the system that you guys are managing and you guys are deploying out there. So it's a huge value add to your own internal organizations to say, oh, this is the reason why we're integrated and we're working with Access and Milestone and Linnell and other partners, is because that type of openness is where you allow to break down those silos and kind of align with your own organization's business initiatives and strategy. And then the last part right here is we are looking for a way to really enhance the fidelity of our metadata, even to our partners. We're not going to do it ourselves. We know we can only do so much, but we really rely on those partnerships to really take the data that we produce at the edge to a whole nother level. Are there things that we're going to be able to make efficient? Yes, because we control that sensor, we control that device, we control all the data streams, but we also rely on our partnerships to grow the features and the capabilities of that. And then here's an example of something, if you guys were at ISC West, that I demonstrated with a partnership with with us and Azure and OpenAI. So this was an example that I demonstrated at ISC West, where I took a video clip. This is me in the backyard trying to simulate a spill and fall. But using advancements in large language models and large vision models, the feature for event and case management is going to be AI related. So how many here, if you have to create an event or case, spend a lot of time just trying to generate a summary, right? It could take somebody 15, 20 minutes getting all the right information. What's going to happen in the future, and actually very near future, is a lot of our partners are going to be using image summarization to look at the scene, to interact with an AI, and basically have that AI spit out a template. It's not going to be the full report, but it's going to get you started. And this is where it's very critical that you have a human in the loop. So that human is going to look at that and interact with that particular AI, and now be able to really add their element of information into it. But it's going to speed up their process. So because of speeding up that process, this is going to save a lot of time, and our customers can now put the resources into other things, other critical aspects of their business. And this is going to be very huge. You're going to see a lot of partners out there really use this to accelerate event and case management. And these are going to be very standard features, right? How many here, if you guys are using Word, like spell check, grammar check, all that's already natively there, right? So these are the type of features that, even though it's very fantastical right now, it is going to be standardized in a lot of the platforms out there, and we have to learn how to work with it, right? And that's why the AI community, when we work with Azure on this is something that a partner can take and basically privatize down to the customer's data. So then the AI itself isn't exposed to anything else outside of the organization. They can actually use it internally, and as the AI learns about case management and all the different cases, they can actually look for trends. They can look for just different ways that things are happening that a human person might not look. But if they analyze hundreds of cases, you can actually start to query and say, hey, what are some of the trends that are happening with all these case incidences, right? And then a practitioner is going to be able to make better judgments and better decisions. So I think this is something that we've highlighted, and you're going to see more things that we at Access will highlight in partnerships with like Azure and other customers like Google and AWS on. So I think these are just the tip of the iceberg, and these are very real. Even though it's in an innovation lab being shown at IC West this year, it's very real and very realistic, and a lot of partners are looking into this right now. And then lastly, a lot of people will ask, why work with Access, right? The things that I'm showing you guys here is really beyond the data sheet. If you're looking for features and capabilities to compare us to other competitors, that's not what we're about. When you look at us, our foundation, and this is the very theme to the mission from Stone, is about trust. And in a world of cybersecurity and AI and cloud, all this stuff comes down to trust. And for us, we want to make that as easy and seamless as possible. So knowing that our devices at the edge, our first priority was secure. So you guys all heard at IC West, we announced our partnership with NXP to be the first security device that's FIPS 140-3 compliant for government use, right? And that's huge for us because for us, we don't want to have our customers worry about that. We are adopting standards out there in a federal level from a public agency to even the private sector, right? So we want to make sure that when we're going to layer this with AI and other technologies on top of it, security is actually the biggest aspect of it. The other aspect of this is reliability. So we understand we're not going to race to the most powerful processor at the edge, right? Think about how megapixels have kind of evolved, right? We weren't the first for megapixels either, but we want to make sure that in the world of data that you guys have image quality data and that our hardware is resilient to a lot of these. That's why if you could really drill down to it, the way we do our Q&A on our devices and the quality and the resilience that it has, we're very proud of that. I know I talked to a lot of customers that have even older devices that are like 10, 12 years old that are still working. So we're very proud of that. And I think we put a lot of emphasis into our reliability of our hardware. And then the third area is verifiability. This is where the scary generative AI stuff is coming down the pipeline in terms of how do you verify that the data is there. And we talked about, partners having case management and evidence management. But in the end of the day, if that ever goes to court and they go, how do we know that that video has not been altered because of all the advanced tools in AI to do deep fakes and make artificial thing? One of the things we released, and we open sourced it. So we want our competitors to adopt this. This is good for the industry. We created signed video. So what signed video means is that you can verify frame for frame that video or that image part of that video came from an originating device. So now we're preparing things for the future, right? So when you're getting questioned about whether or not the video has been altered, you can go not only from the system level, you can go all the way down to the device level and prove that this is how it's structured, right? So that for us is very important, and we hope that the industry adopts that. And again, we open source that. So for us, this is some of the key foundations that myself and my team has really worked with our team in Sweden and other aspects of making sure that we really look at the foundations of where we can build trust. And these are the elements of that in order to make sure there's usable and quality data that you guys are using. And it's going to be more than just video. You already saw that we have radar sensors, we have audio. So there's a lot of different sensors and things that are going to propagate and evolve over the next couple of years. But this is our foundation. It's at the device level. It's at our OS level. We want to make sure that once we had that, then we can start to add all these other components, whether it's AI, cloud, anything that comes down the road, we have a very solid foundation that the customer can trust. So with that, that's my presentation. I want to kind of give you a glimpse of why, us working with Stone and how we're very in line and we're very synergistic in terms of their mission and our mission too as well, and how we innovate and how we differentiate ourselves from the competitors. And we're continually in that mode of also collaboration. And we love that collaboration and that feedback, because when we're not doing things right, we want you guys to actually give us that feedback so we can take that back and really shape the types of products and solutions and services that we're going to provide out there to the market. So with that, thank you so much, guys.
Good to go. All right. I noticed that Andy strategically and the rest of the team strategically placed the distribution part of the conversation right after lunch to wake everybody back up over some really exciting topics about supply chain resiliency. So, my name is Greg Lindblad with Wesco. I am Senior Director of Sales within our Communications and Security Solutions organization. Thank you to Brent, Joey, Andy, everyone for pulling this together. I think it's been a really great event. Enjoyed meeting with a lot of you so far today. Going to talk a little bit about Wesco. In the relationship with Stone, we've been partnered, I think, pretty much back to the beginning, so close to 2 decades. We're very proud to be a premier partner of theirs. They have won a variety of top integrator awards from Wesco over the years as well. And, I would just say that, the word Stone security within Wesco is synonymous with loyalty and partnership and teamwork, and along with what all the other suppliers have been saying. So it's a wonderful relationship. I'm going to talk a little bit about who Wesco is, where we come from, what we do, and how we can fit into the landscape of your businesses. I think I've got a little intro video to get started.
Most of us expect life to run smoothly. But we don't stop to think about what it takes to make that happen. Most of us don't have to. We forget about the people up and moving before our alarms go off. The people behind the innovation and logistics, the creativity and the know-how. The people who connect rural communities with essential services, who work tirelessly to build, connect, power, and protect our lives. But the world isn't always predictable, and unexpected challenges demand creative solutions. We rely on those willing to brave intense environments and gather the resources that fuel our daily lives. We don't have to wonder about the ins and outs of life, because that is what Wesco does. We provide innovative supply chain solutions every hour, every day, all around the globe. Our people roll up their sleeves and help create a world you can depend on, focusing on the details, the challenges, and the unexpected, so that you can live life uninterrupted. Wesco. Ingenuity delivered.
Perfect. I always wish I had his voice. So I'm going to spend a little time today talking about Wesco at a very high level, and then kind of drill into our communications and security solutions business, which I think applies most directly to a lot of people that are in the room today, and then just talk about some of the trends and things that we're seeing in the industry. So we're truly a very global organization. We have, you can see, close to 20,000 people around the world, 25 million square feet of real estate across 50 plus countries. We can do business and support our suppliers, our partners, and our customers in over 100 countries around the world. You can see some other numbers here. Some of you, Wesco was founded more than 100 years ago. I don't know if many people know that. The name comes from Westinghouse. We were actually the distribution arm of Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing, and those roots go back to the late 1800s. Wesco was more formally put together the way that it is in the early 1920s. And over the decades have been involved in the early days of electrification to kind of the current, more recent decades of digitalization. Originally headquartered in New York City, moved to Pittsburgh in the 50s, IPO in 99, and since that time have gone through some rapid expansion, both organically as well as through acquisitions. I think probably close to 20 acquisitions. The big one that some of you may be familiar with was in 2020 when Wesco acquired Annixter International, which is where I came from. I have about 10 years with the combined companies. And that doubled the size of Wesco as a company. So at the time, the combined company in 2020 was about a $17 billion company, and it really added global scale and global capabilities. Traditional Wesco, people may be familiar with them more from an electrical and industrial and construction kind of business, utility business, North American based. Annixter was always known more on the communication side, security, global. You can see we've been in certain parts of the world, going all the way back to the 1970s. This is what the new company looks like and how we kind of break it into 3 different business units. And it's really put together that way to address secular trends that we see from electrification to smart grid modernization, to huge demands increased demands for power generation. We're seeing AI-driven data center growth. Quang was talking a little bit about automation and IoT, right? And so we've structured our business to go after the markets that are exposed to those secular trends. What are we? We're a distributor. We're a business-to-business distributor and logistics company, but that's just kind of fundamental to what we do. We're really a supply chain solutions provider, a tech-enabled supply chain solutions provider, right? So we've talked about digitalization, digital transformation, right? We're heavily invested in that. We have been for several years, and we take technology and services and wrap that around our distribution and logistics businesses to underpin our supplier partner and our channel partners to deliver what their customers ultimately need. Serving a lot of the Fortune 500 customers, I think we probably have about 90 of the top 100 Fortune 500 customers, or Fortune 100 customers, and that's across all three business units. A little more detail, UBS is our utility business, utility and broadband solutions. It's a North American-based business. EES is our electrical and electronic solutions. And then CSS is communication and security solutions. Quick snapshot of the portfolio that we have. We have a deep and innovative portfolio across to serve those markets across those three SBUs. Leading industry brands, several of them are here today. And our goal is to provide seamless end-to-end support from concept to design to deployment. Ultimately, what we say our mission is to build, connect, power, and protect valuable assets and critical infrastructure. So I'm going to double click on communications and security solutions, which is what everyone's probably most familiar with. And the organization today looks very similar to the historic, or I should say the legacy Anixter International. The goal of CSS is to deliver comprehensive solutions that provide 24/7, 365 connectivity. And I'll get a little bit more into that again in a slide or two, but that's really a secular trend that we're seeing today. And we break our business into three end markets: security business, the infrastructure business, and then our data center business. And we're seeing tremendous growth, tremendous double-digit growth within the data center space right now, driven by the demand for AI. It's the most international of the businesses that we have, with close to 35% of the business operating outside the US. So I like this slide. It's a heavy slide. Somebody used that reference earlier today. There's a lot going on this slide, and I'll try not to spend too much time on it. But on the top half of it, you're seeing the primary markets that CSS serves. It's close to $300 billion worth of available market. From our perspective, what's interesting, though, is the secular trends that I was talking about kind of cut across and are driving change, a rapid pace of change across all these different technology areas, from data centers, enterprise infrastructure, physical security, in-building wireless, and then AV we find to be very adjacent to our physical security business, and so we list that there as well. Quang was talking about IT and OT convergence, essentially, and that we're seeing this integration between traditional network systems, IT systems, and a whole host of operational technologies, from building platforms, HVAC systems, energy systems, electrical systems, lighting systems, physical security systems, right? And they all have their own bespoke operating systems, right? And so we're starting to see that convergence where they're riding on traditional network systems, which comes with its challenges. First and foremost, cybersecurity. A lot of the operational technology devices are not up to speed when it comes to security the way that it is on the IT side. So that's rapidly changing. But it's really driving the opportunity for new use cases. and business drivers as we can gather data across all these different platforms. And it's leading to more smart edge networks. It's leading to the proliferation of sensors, right? We're talking about sensors all the time now. We're talking about cameras as more than just a video surveillance and loss prevention camera, but a visual sensor that can gather all kinds of data. When you take all that and then you layer on top of it analytics and the power of AI, which I'll agree with Quang, it's here today. And we're seeing, there's some metrics here on how rapidly we're seeing AI become a part of the systems that we're involved in. It's really driving data creation, data distribution, and data consumption in a way that requires 365, 24/7, 365 connectivity. Just to double click a little bit and go further into security, these are the kind of application areas within security that we offer services and solutions around. Access control and video surveillance, I would say, are seeing rapid change as a result of this IT and OT convergence and the use of analytics and AI, and then also fire and safety, intrusion, and others. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out some of the key supplier partners. Our supplier partners are the lifeblood of our organization. We wouldn't exist without them. And we have a really good synergy between the supplier partners that Stone Security leads with and that are premier brands for Wesco. Just a quick snapshot of our customer segments. We really segment how we approach our customers. We have different organizations that support different types of integrators and contractors, and then we do the same thing from a vertical market specialization. And we have teams that specialize in and understand different types of end markets, from the data center space to other types of technology and high tech, financial institutions, retail, etc. I like this slide. This really kind of tries to encapsulate what we're doing as far as driving value into the supply chain. We think it's our responsibility to understand the needs and the drivers of our end user customers. There are, certainly financial drivers and needs around working capital and cash flow. There are regulatory concerns and drivers. There's certainly risk. There's competitiveness. There's, helping customers with speed to market. So we really try to understand what the end customers' drivers and needs are, and then wrap around services and solutions with our suppliers and with our channel partners to deliver less risk, to help customers save time, to manage efficiencies, etc. This is a big differentiator for Wesco. I talked earlier about being a tech-enabled supply chain solutions provider. We have deep technical expertise and domain expertise. We have close to 200 engineers around the world that work with our suppliers and work with our channel partners to co-innovate, to offer advisory services, to help with, designs and proof of concepts. We have some labs, as does Stone Security. We work together to solve problems in those facilities. And ultimately, deliver value to the customer. We also have end-to-end supply chain services. So we have technology services, the advisory services that I spoke about, and then we have other types of supply chain services. Some of them, I used to call them simple services. I think that's what we used to call them. Now we call them installation enhancement services. These are just things that we can do to help our channel partners be as efficient as possible. We have project deployment services. I know that Brent was talking about the expansion of their business now to, around the world, right? So we can work with Stone Security to help them deploy complex projects that might have multiple types of technology in multiple places around the world where there are different technical standards or needs. We can get product where it needs to be on time and in the right place. And then we have full supply chain programs where we might actually step in. This is something that's traditionally done more within our utility business, but we're starting to see a shift into CSS where we might actually step in and help operationally, and underpin what our channel partners are delivering to their customers. And then a whole host of financial services. So really everything that I talked about kind of boils down to three things, right? It's around mitigating risk and strengthening the resiliency of the supply chain. I think we all experienced challenges during the pandemic when it came to the supply chain. People are much more interested in talking about supply chain post-pandemic than, 5 or 6 years ago. And it's, things are changing rapidly. Manufacturers are preparing in different ways as far as how they source components, and we're seeing a lot of nearshoring and reshoring back to North America, which I think is a good thing. And it's about improving productivity, okay? Reducing non-value added repetitive tasks, right? Really about operational efficiencies in the process of getting product from the manufacturer all the way to ultimately where it needs to be installed and integrated, and then ultimately increasing the profitability of the customer in those deployments. Quick partner success story. I've talked about complex projects and deployments, things like that, but the reason that I like this one is it shows that while we've got a global reach and we can do some really complex things on a global scale, sometimes you just got to roll up your sleeves and work together as a team and get something done quickly. This was a global Fortune 100 customer that contacted Wesco. We do quite a bit of work with them, but we were not involved in this project. They called us and said, we need 120 cameras, 13 switches, and some infrastructure, peripheral type devices, and we need it in 4 hours. Otherwise, we're not going to have the installation done in time, and we're going to start getting fined by tomorrow morning. So the teams came together. We contacted Stone Security. I believe that this was a new customer that Stone was not engaged in at the time. They were in the right place. We rolled up our sleeves. We were able to pull together the material that they needed. We were able to do some kind of last minute, POE calculations and design work around the network, get the product there on time, and it was a success. So I just think it's important, again, we can do things on a big global scale. Sometimes it's about just rolling up your sleeves locally and getting something where it needs to be on time. So we're very good at that as well. This is just some cool pictures of that day. And I think ultimately we were delivering product in the back of Scott's SUV to either Stone or to the security site. I'm just going to touch on this for a second because I think Rob is maybe going to come up next and talk about it in more detail. Hopefully most of you are already familiar with this. If not, I think you can look out the window and there might be some over there. This is a super cool solution that Stone has developed. It's a mobile trailer for remote applications. You've probably all seen them sometimes in parking lots at commercial sites, construction sites. There's a lot of different reasons why you may need this type of technology, cameras, other sensors, environmental sensors in a remote location. This is a really premium product. It's rugged, it's robust. I don't want to get into it too much, but again, it's got some really cool technology, pneumatic telescoping masts. The solar panels are bifacial, so it can actually draw energy off of the reflection on snow, right? So there's just some really cool technology, and we worked with them to source all of that material. A lot of different types of technology. Again, we have a large physical security distribution and supply chain business, but then we're heavy into electrical and other types of product as well. And so we work closely to source all that material. We get the product, manage the inventory, get it to them. Stone integrates it, sells it to their customers. They also sell it back to us, and we get it out through other markets as well. So it's been a really cool partnership on this one. And with that, I think I probably went pretty quick. I don't know if I'm ahead of schedule, but I want to thank everybody for their time. I want to thank Stone Security for having us here. Please think about us when you're thinking about the landscape of your business, right? And supply chain resiliency, making sure that things are going to be where they need to be, on time, deployed around the world, under budget, right? We help solve problems. So thank you for your time. And I'm going to hand it over to Rob, I believe.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming out. I can't stress how thankful we are for the partnerships we have, existing, current, and potentially new partnerships that we will form throughout the years to come. And partnerships with the manufacturers, distribution, and then of course even our end user customer clients. The partnerships are very imperative. I'm excited to dive into some trailer discussion today. Let's see if the clicker's working. Okay. Before I really dive into this, technically I'm last because we have the panel after I'm done talking about mobile security. And so I wanted to just do a little bit of a recap of some of the notes. And look, we're after lunch. So, people tend to get a little bit tired. It's getting, we're wrapping this thing up. And so I wanted to just recap a few of the highlights that I took away from some of the conversations we had with Tim, Steve, so Linnell, Milestone, Linnell S2, Milestone, Quang with Axis, Joe, and Mark. And then Greg just went. And so I took a few notes, just a few things that highlight, but they absolutely tie right into the solution that we've built. And we've really gone off and embarked in a whole new world here because we're a systems integrator. We're a services provider. So for us to go out and actually become a manufacturer and develop a product and a solution to solve a problem, that's a whole new world for us in a lot of ways. And we've learned a lot over the last several years as we've sought out to build this. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But I want to just kind of highlight a few things that we've already talked about today. That this solution really hits home on. One of them is open platform. Tim Palmquist with Milestone talked about that earlier. Open platform, that is a winning model. We truly believe in that because it doesn't lock our clients into any type of product. So you have the ability to bob and weave and change and not have to rip and replace your hardware or even your software. Software has interchangeability. The hardware has interchangeability. And I'm going to talk about that with this solution that we have here. The power of multiples. So that is truly that conversation of bringing everybody together in a room like this and having these conversations. What are the things that are keeping you awake at night? What's working, what's not working? And how can we adapt? How can we innovate? And how can we make a better solution overall? And that was something that Steve talked about. The customer experience, that is so important to us. That's why we have a global technology center. This is an opportunity for us to get together and experience the solutions and the people that we work together with and find out what's working. How can we solve the problems? What are the things that you guys are dealing with if you're an end customer or if you're a manufacturer? What are the things that we're seeing out in the field? Generally, if one of our clients is having an issue or concern with a product or a software or a bug, all of our customers are going to see that. And that's part of that ecosystem and standardization that we bring, that Stone Security brings. Cloud. So we hear this term all the time. I'm going to talk about how this solution really leverages the latest and greatest technology of cloud processing and cloud management. We talked about proven leaders. So what are the value of proven leaders? So that's one thing that we've done with this solution here is we have teamed up and partnered with industry-leading technologies, the very best products. And I'm going to dive pretty deep into some of that, what that means for you, the customer. Tell us what you want. Steve mentioned that. Like, we want to know what you want, right? So if there's better ways or ideas that you have, we absolutely love that. This is not a one and done. When you guys see this final product that we have and that we're offering, there will continue to be better versions, and we want the feedback from you, our clients and our partners. Give us more ideas. I mean, there's probably 4 or 5 conversations today alone of technology partners, of innovations that you guys have that we can augment and make this a better solution. And it's vice versa. We have feedback to our manufacturing partners as well. There's one last thing. I have a ton more notes. I'm going to skip back because I'm excited to really get into this. But one last thing. The Stone Security team has been here. I believe most of us traveled in either Monday night or Tuesday. And we've had a chance to get together amongst ourselves as a team, as well as with our partners. And that time that we've had together has been really strength building. And that's something that we bring, again, to our end user clients. But I guess I think it was 2 days ago, Andy had a pretty interesting analogy, and I wanted to kind of bring that up. So he talked about the honeybird.
You bad your
Honeybird or honey finder. So there's a bird, a honey badger. It's a cool analogy. Honey badgers don't see very well, and they don't smell very well. Or they don't hear very well, sorry. They don't see well, they don't hear very well. And so there's a symbiotic relationship that they have with a bird. The bird finds the beehives, and then it makes a noise, and it lets the honey badger know where it is. So they work really well together, right? They're a team. As a team, they're able to find what the final product is. And we talked about that together, I guess it was Wednesday night as a team. And that is exactly what Stone Security is doing with you, our partners, and our end user clients. We're working together, right? It's a symbiotic relationship. We want to know what your needs and concerns are. We want to know what the initiatives that you have in your business environment, and we want to pull in our partners and our own team and figure out how to solve those problems together. And together, we're much stronger, and especially if we leverage and work with open platform technologies, right? We have the ability to, again, move a lot quicker. So with that being said, just talking a little bit about the timeline or the history of the trailers. So what I have up here is a few pictures. We have Aaron, who will be up here on the panel next. He is very familiar with the one, I guess that'd be on your left up here. The Silver Beaver. So that was, what was that, Aaron, 8, 9, 10 years ago that you worked on that trailer? So let's say roughly a decade ago. Technology's come a long way since then. Back in those days, you had to have a server, very power hungry. The camera technology wasn't nearly where it is today, which I'm going to dive into. But these are solutions that for many, many years, a lot of time and effort and work has gone into figure out how can we perfect this mobile security solution. You'll see the other trailers, those options next to it. You'll notice they have the big NyQuil coil that goes all the way up. And then they have just kind of like the cow's udder, just a whole bunch of different cameras hanging off that have a blind spot in the middle. The trailers aren't really that robust. You'll see the other one that has a wind turbine on it and has some thermal technology on it. We look at weight ratios, like what works well on the mast, trying to find just the right mast. Does the wind turbine actually add value? Because you have to set that up, you have to take it down. How long does it last? How much power does it generate? All of these different things to think about. And then we even looked at, which camera model do we use that Axis makes? They have a lot of different flavors. Which one is going to be the very best that we can use on these trailers? So we spent a lot of man hours, a lot of time, and a lot of years of experience with our team and with our partners to figure out and really dial this in. One thing we noticed too, our clients came to us and said, hey, you know what, look, we've got a bunch of these out there that we've already been playing with, and we're seeing some major flaws. One of them being that inside of either if it's up on the mast in a cabinet or if it's down at the bottom of the trailer in a cabinet, what we're seeing and experiencing, and we got called in to do a lot of repairs on these, or the reliability just wasn't there. One rainstorm, the whole thing goes down, doesn't work. A couple days of no sun, the whole thing doesn't work. So when we start to open them up, what you find is inferior or substandard products, many of which are not rated to be ruggedized. They're not rated to be inside of a mobile unit. They're not rated for the weather. So you can see up here what is wrong with this picture. And if you look at that really close, you'll see there's mid-spans in there that are not ruggedized. They have no business being out in the elements inside of a can like this. You'll see the cabling and the connectors have no business being installed like this. Not to mention everything is just slammed into a little teeny box. It's very messy. And that's a support engineer's nightmare to have to get into that and figure out what's what. So that was something early on that we sought out to refine and fix for our customers. That was a problem that we saw with all the products that were out there. They just weren't that well done or very clean. We also noticed, I have a few examples here. Greg mentioned this, you see these in the parking lots. We'll take a look at them, and then as you guys leave today, we have one just right out front. Some of you have already looked at it. Look at the difference. I mean, seeing is believing. All you have to do is look, and you can see that there is a substantial difference. So with these photos up here that I have, there are a few examples, and it's very consistent to what's on the market today that we sought out to fix and resolve and refine and perfect. It's the cable. So we don't want exposed cabling. Exposed cabling is a prime target. That's generally what these mobile units seek out to do, is deter people from cable theft, copper theft. That's a big problem. Catalytic converter theft. The nice thing about these is if you have a construction site, we can drop these on that construction site and provide immediate security. But if you have a big cable dangling in the air with a light flashing on it, you're kind of telling everybody like, hey, look, just come snip this cable. And not only are you going to disable the entire system, but you also just got yourself some copper. And so you can see that in a couple of these pictures. Another thing you'll notice too in here is I think Andy tagged, or this is kind of his idea of the utter effect, I think, or the utter of darkness. Yeah, utter of darkness. And I love that because you look at these photos, and again, think of like a cow's udder, right? You've got the cameras hanging down, but the legs are in the way. So you can't get a good view of what you're trying to see. You have a mast that's right in the way. And so what do they do to mitigate that? Well, you seeing is believing right here. So you use a multitude of cameras, a couple PTZs, a couple bullets, shooting out. So now your power draw goes way up. Your weight ratio on your mast goes way up, which I'm going to talk and show you guys some examples of why that's not a good thing here in a second. It looks really bad. Again, the weight, just cranking these up. So these are all hand crank masts that have a cable. So good luck cranking all that weight up, because as that cable rusts, you get out to the area where Nigel lives out in the Pacific Northwest, and you get all the rain and the salt from the sea. Well, that cable is going to rust up, and in a couple of years, that's going to snap. And I've seen that happen. And I've seen, I want to say, pretty close to hundreds of thousands of dollars in equipment come down and almost kill somebody, but then all that equipment's destroyed. Axis isn't going to warranty those cameras, I don't think, right, Quang or Joe? I don't think. If you send those back, like, hey, we dropped these 30 feet from the air, you're probably not going to get a warranty. So that's another issue. Guy wire, the one that has the red box up in the air, you notice guy wires hanging down. Well, that's because their stability, they have too much weight, it's not balanced. I mean, guys, this is sloppy. These are sloppy built trailers. We have cleaned that up. We have fixed that problem. So this is what we sought out to do. This has to be fixed. We got to solve it. You have to, if you want to see the trailer itself or repo load, then you have to add another fisheye camera. Well, then you have to dewarp that. So how many devices do you have? So again, sloppiness. Let's fix that. We also saw another thing that really is near and dear to my heart. Like I'm a big believer in what's called the broken window effect, or the 5Ds. I use that, or the concentric rings of security. I use that term. The 5Ds, just to keep it really simple, the first one, and in order, in my opinion, would be deter. So any security initiative that you deploy, the first D should be deterrence, right? We want to have, when somebody's thinking about being a bad actor, left of bang, we want to deter that from happening to begin with. So these units need to be a deterrence. How can you deter crime if you actually are a broken window? So you have broken solar panels. So a few examples up here that I wanted to show. The one in the middle, It's a little hard to tell because there's shadows. It's shady underneath that trailer. This is a mobile security unit that I went into a big box store a couple months ago and happened to park because I'm in the industry. Where do you park? Everybody knows you park wherever there's video surveillance, right? So even though I know most of these trailers that are out there don't work because they're not mobilesecurity.net trailers, it's still the deterrence. But then guess what I find out when I get out of the vehicle? I see the pieces of wood stuffed underneath, broken bottles. The one on the one on your left up here, the blue one. If you look closely, you'll see the little lock boxes for the stabilizers have been ripped off and they're laying around. There's garbage all around. Cones that are tipped over with tape around them. They're rusted out. So I see that and I'm like, well, that's a broken window. So that's now actually the worst place to be because broken windows attract crime. And there's a book written about it. There's studies done about it. So graffiti, broken windows, damaged buildings, you've got to clean those up. We have several retailers in here. You guys know when you have that stuff in your restrooms or on your building, that's top priority. You clean that fast because if not, it attracts more crime. Well, when you have a security device that its first and foremost responsibility is to deter, and it's attracting, that's a problem. So we sought out to solve that issue. You'll see the last little cart. We see this all the time, like, hey, look, I don't want to spend very much money, but I want to have a mobile security unit. Well, do it right, do it the first time. That's really our motto. If you're going to do it right? And do it once. And so you'll see the little cart over here that is missing its solar panels, it's missing its recorder, and it's missing all of the cable. It's been completely stripped. So now it's a broken window for sure. And that's one of those things like you just a poor sloppy design and that's what you're going to get. So I wanted to show that. That's what we seek out to avoid. So deter. Detect is the second D of your 5 Ds. So deter, detect, delay, deny, and defend. Those are your 5 Ds. And we've built a solution that covers all 5, which I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into. But I mean, gosh, let's keep it basic. Let's just talk about deter. This is not acceptable. So here it is. Here's our mobilesecurity.net solution. And just a few things that we've done, and I'm gonna do a little bit of a deeper dive for everybody, and then I'm gonna show you guys some real world examples of how robust this trailer is. So it's zinc primer, powder coated, lifetime warranty on the trailer frame. We have partnered with the best in class fabricators to build the best possible frame and trailer design you can find. The most robust, well-built trailer that I've personally pulled these down the road going pretty fast. I'll just say the speed limits, 80 miles an hour we have, and for some reason people go a lot faster, and I don't like it when a semi is behind me. So, I've gotten maybe a little bit over 80, no problem with this trailer. It's like it's not even there. And I'm going to talk about a little more of why. Height adjustable, so the hitch on the front, again, we have one of these out front. Look at the hitch. It's height adjustable. You can completely remove it. That's the right way to build a trailer. It's got an electrical actuated solar tilt. We've seen this. I'm going to show you guys some examples. We've had 2 hurricanes in the last 2 weeks, massive hurricanes. Sean, you live in Florida. It's not good. These trailers get deployed to areas where you need quick deployment because you probably are going to lose power and data and you need security quick. Well, if you don't want to have a big kite up in the air when you have 125 mile an hour winds, which we saw yesterday, you need to be able to lower that down. You also have human capital expenses and costs. So we don't need to have 4 guys out there or even 2 to set up one of these trailers. We want to have 1 guy out there preferably, right? So hit a button on your phone, raise the panels. And then if you have an issue, you're at your house, at the office, you got big windstorm coming, hail coming, hit a button, lower the panel down, or lower your solar array down. So that's a nice advantage that these have. Let's jump to the next one. So why red? So there is, believe it or not, so red looks cool. Let's be honest. That red with those black wheels looks legit. We have some white ones back here. They just don't look as good. But there is a reason deeper than just looks, right? So red actually, there's a lot of psychology behind the color of red. And I'm going to give you a few examples. I have one up here. Anybody that has kids or into cartoons, red is associated with anger. These trailers are mad. If you're coming on the property to cause harm or do damage, deter, guys. Remember, deter. That's your first D. So this is a mad trailer, right? So think of that. We know stop signs. So I threw this up here, stop signs. Everybody knows any country you go to, danger or something, a stop sign, that it's red. Like, it doesn't matter if you can read those languages or understand them or not, you know that means stop, right? Red calls for your attention. I have tons of studies that I'm happy to share with anybody of the reason why red is excellent at deterring crime. Orange is associated with traffic. You know, that not crime deterrence, that's construction sites, traffic cones. Case in point, anybody ever seen The Wizard of Oz? It's a classic, right? The red shoes. So you think about even production in movies, red, the color of red, it pops, it means something. The little girl in, trying to think of the name of the movie, Schindler's List, the red jacket, the girl that has the red jacket. That's another example of the color of red. It means danger, it means beware, it means watch out. And so again, tons of thought went into the reason why we use red. And you can pick any color of trailer you want from mobilesecurity.net as long as it's red. So I'm just taking a page out of Henry Ford, right? We do a car in any color as long as it's black. All right, let's jump this one. So a couple things that you'll see at the top of the mast with the way that we've engineered this. So a lot of thought and care has gone into what we have at the top of the mast. And this is important because we get often people will say, well, hey, can I put this up there? Can I do that up there? And it's not a matter of yes or no. Like, we can pretty much put any camera up on top of the mast, or even sensors. We can do the radar sensors up there, thermals up there, but we want to have a product that we can easily support, that we know that works, and that we can manufacture and get them out there. Because a lot of our clients, it's not one or two. A lot of them are like, hey, I need a few hundred of these, right? So we have to be able to manufacture them and support them. And we've done a ton of testing on this solution. So the biggest thing is we want to have 0 blind spots, and we don't want the cow's udder up top. So we use 2 hemispherical cameras from Axis. They're amazing. They have light finder. If you don't know what light finder is, we'd be happy to talk more about it. Just suffice to know that we can give you a beautiful color image in extremely low lux levels. And when I'm talking extremely low, like if you lit a candle in a pitch black room, we can, with an Axis camera, with the newer one, we can see in color in most cases. It's very impressive. But we also have infrared illumination, because sometimes these trailers are going to go somewhere where there's 0 lighting. So we have a nice wide angle IR illuminator that can support the wide angle cameras, and you'll see they're sandwiched together. So we have a full 360 view, no blind spots. But the coolest thing, I think, is we can also see directly below. So if anybody wants to come and vandalize the unit, because that does happen, believe it or not, first thing you do is you want to go take out the deterrence and the detection device. And we've seen some interesting things, and I'm going to show you guys some examples with these trailers. These trailers find all kinds of crazy video. And not a day goes by that one of our clients isn't like, you wouldn't believe what happened. So I'll show you some examples. And then we put a PTZ on top that can see unobstructed full 360. It can look straight up to the sky. It can look straight down. So we have solved that utter of darkness problem. All right, jump into this one. We also have right here on the Camdelier, it's in OD green, the same camera. So this is optional. Not everybody needs this, but we do have the ability with our PTZ camera to have this spotlight on there. So long range detection and deterrence, put that spotlight on somebody and then do your live talk down. So that is for like construction sites or large areas where you want to be able to put that spotlight on somebody and really bolster that deterrence factor. We could talk more about that. We even have this with lasers. Okay, so getting into, maybe this isn't the sexiest part of the trailer, but I think it's imperative that we talk about it, and it is weight distribution. So we haven't just taken the cheapest trailer frame we could find, or just a standard trailer frame off the market and said, hey, look, let's slap some boxes on it and call it a day. What we've done is we've said, let's look at the weight balance and the ratio. Let's look at the hitch all the way back to the axle, and let's make sure this is balanced correctly. And why is this important? Well, if you've ever pulled a trailer, if you've pulled a really cheap, janky trailer and you've pulled a nice, well-balanced trailer, there's a big difference. And we want our customers and our clients to feel confident that when you put this behind your vehicle and you're towing it down the road, you don't have to have your hazards on and be in the slow lane doing 55 miles an hour or less. Almost every trailer we looked at and we talked to manufacturers, they all had either a big, huge sticker plastered on that said, do not tow above 55 miles an hour, which that's a safety concern for us because, again, I said 80 mile an hour speed limits. Nobody wants to do 55 in the slow lane. So that was a problem. But also, there's a reason why that's a speed limit ratio for that trailer. It means it's not built very robustly. And another thing, too, is we wanted to put a lot of batteries in ours. We wanted our trailers to go 10 days without any sun, at a minimum. And so to do that, we needed a really strong, well-built frame and axle. And we needed it to be balanced properly. And so you will see this with these trailers when you look at them. When you guys leave today, take some time and look at it. Notice how the axle's set back. The weight is balanced perfectly. These trailers are purpose-built for what we're doing with them. Okay, so I already talked a little bit about the 10-day autonomy. We go 10 days with 0 sun. So that's full autonomy. The caveat here is, if you put this in a parking lot and you have parking lot lighting, you're going to get some charge off the lights from your parking lot, right? You're going to get that bifacial, so we get the charge. Like wintertime, the days are short, in the wintertime. And, we get that reflection off the snow on the back during the day too, so we can charge off both sides. So we don't have to have this giant drawer of, 8 different panels that you need 10 guys to deploy. We just need the 2 very efficient panels that are easy to deploy, easy to maintain, and we can charge quick, but then we also have 1,600 amp hours of battery, so full 10 days. And what's really cool about this too is the weight ratio. So this is in the news. I'm sure everybody knows about the hurricanes that we've had. We've had 2 in the last 2 weeks in Florida. Well, interestingly, we deployed one of our mobile units to Gainesville, University of Florida campus for a study. We work very closely with the Loss Prevention Research Council. We love to find data and metrics. That's part of how like the color red and the deterrence and how well does that work from a psychological effect. Also liaising with law enforcement, how well do these trailers work? So we deployed it, and I think it was the day that we deployed that later that night into the next day, Hurricane Helene hit. And the trailer had no issues. And again, seeing is believing. So I'm going to show you guys some video. We had, just so you know, it hit the campus at what we saw was 66 mile an hour sustained winds. And there was 80,000 people that lost power in this storm, in this area. So I will play, let's see if this will work. I got a couple little shots that I took. I think I might need to play it. There we go. Okay, so here's a live shot. It's interesting, a couple things that you'll take away here. Look how stable it is in a 66 mile an hour wind, how stable the footage is. And we're gonna have some more. So this one, jumping ahead a little bit, and I'm so glad we got this in. I think Dave Maines is in here. He got this late last night. So we just had a hurricane last night. So this trailer, this one here is in Tampa. And hurricane, it was Mitchell, right? Milton, sorry. So that hit really last night throughout the later evening yesterday into the night. Now this storm, before it hit landfall, was a Category 5, and this was the largest recorded storm, well, the 3rd largest that we have on record since the early 1800s when we started keeping track of storms, which is really interesting. By the time it hit landfall, depending on where it hit, from what I've read, it was a Cat 4 or Cat 3. Now, specifically in this area, we were monitoring this because we wanted to see how it was going to hold up, and nobody's going to go get it at this point. So it is what it is, right? But we have on the storm map, our team in Florida was tracking 116 mile an hour for sure. This trailer was in, and you can see the difference between 66 of that little clip I just showed you and this one. So I have a couple other clips of the one in Gainesville versus this one in Tampa. So this was in Tampa last night. And you can kind of compare the differences. But again, notice a couple things when I hit play. Considering how fast the wind is blowing and how much rain is coming down, notice how stable this camera is on the mast. It's impressive. You'll also notice one thing, that we have a wiper in ours. So that certainly helps. And I am happy to say that this trailer has now withstood 2 hurricanes and is still functioning perfectly today.
Very true. That's in. Just say.
Yeah, same trailer. So it's when we built this, we didn't have in mind like we need to build a trailer that can handle 116 mile an hour. Now I've heard some people say 125 mile an hour, but I know for a fact because our guys in Florida were tracking and they said we've got sustained winds. This is hurricane sustained winds at 116. So I know for sure that it withstood that. The Axis cameras did amazing. Everything's good. So that's that one. Let me show you another one here. This is interesting. This video just yesterday. I just got this yesterday. So again, thank you, Dave, because I don't know, midnight last night, I was like, hey, Dave, do you think you could, he's probably asleep. I'm like, do you think you could throw these videos in here really quick? This just happened yesterday. We were leaving this office and Dave Drew, one of our guys on the Stone team, said, hey, Rob, it looks like there might be a fire up here on the overpass. Now, a couple things here that are very notable and interesting, that when it comes to a mobile security trailer, we're the only ones that can do this. This overpass is up above this building. So with our unique design, guess what? We can look straight up. And so I just got on my phone while I was talking to somebody while we were walking out, and I spun the camera around, saw the smoke, zoomed it in. Did this on my mobile phone, so please forgive me because it's not I don't have a cool joystick. Adam's got an Xbox controller that he controls the cameras with. So I didn't have that luxury on this. It was on my phone. But you'll see what I'm talking about. And just again, notice that I'm looking up. And I don't know, it must have been just meant to be for this presentation today, because as soon as I got that camera on the target, you'll see the explosion is pretty impressive. So that's me just, okay, I hit the smoke. Okay, now I just need to go down a couple. So again, I'm using my finger on my phone. And then you'll see here, as soon as I move it, it's cool because as soon as I found that fire in the scene is when it exploded. The timing was impeccable. So this must have been a car fire. I haven't even had time yet to look and see exactly what it was. I'm sure it's in the news, but it looks like a vehicle fire. It's just off the side of the highway. And it was literally just right back here yesterday. So I just barely got it on there, and then this. So yeah, that's crazy. So let me see if this other one will play. This just shows you, so you can see it's up above. And so I wanted to show this quick little shot because it just shows how nice it is to be unobstructed. Other mobile units out there, again, with the mast in the way, you'd have to be like, oh, that's the wrong one. Let me hurry and jump over to the other camera because now I'm seeing the mast. Or I can't look up that high because you have a horizon restriction with dome PTZs, right? So that's why I wanted to show that, because it worked. Okay, this is back in Gainesville. This is the hemispheric camera with light finder. So it just kind of shows you during Helene, the shot. This is just a still shot, just shows you that we're still seeing in color. Really nice, even in bad weather, we still have good coverage of situational awareness. Not to mention, I can see the trailer. So I really wanted to note, that's something to note. We can see the trailer itself, right? So if it were to be vandalized or damaged, and especially in like a storm like this, it's nice to be able to say, okay, I can see what's going on with my asset. Like I know, are my panels good? Are they getting ripped off? Is there somebody underneath the trailer that's cutting cables or trying to pop the lid? And then we use analytics like Quang talked about earlier. So the camera knows that's a person and they're right by the trailer. They shouldn't be there. Fire off the strobe, kick the spotlight on, send an email, send a text alert, send it to our guard service so they can dispatch somebody, or make that 130 decibel speaker horn yell at them so that they get the heck out of there, right? So these are all things. You can't do that if you can't see the trailer. So that's very important. And we have one of these on each side. So here's a shot during this. This is Helene, 2 weeks ago. So you can see the clouds up above and just moving the camera. And again, this one is just completely different than the 116 mile an hour wind, 66. But again, notice how stable it is as you're moving it. And then same thing here, just the ability to have that wiper blade. With the traditional dome PTZ, you don't get that. So you're looking through, a mess, a really dirty dome, especially over time. Those get really dirty over time. Okay, so here's another one. Winter, in the snowstorms, if you can't see, what good is the camera? So this was after a blizzard in Colorado. Easily able to just hit that wiper, and now you can see. And it seems like something so simple, but it's imperative to have, otherwise your system is rendered useless. So a couple things here. Rapid deployment. We can literally deploy this with one person in 10 minutes or less. This is not a complicated solution to deploy, and that's something that we're very proud of. We have worked really, really hard. You'll notice even our outriggers, we don't have a little hand crank that you have to sit there and spin. You just have your 3/4 inch drill bit, you hit that with your impact driver, and you're done in 30 seconds, right? So just simple things like that. People that use them built it, right? So that's where we're able to think of a lot of things that are important. So just a couple of things to recap here. We can do, so all of the firmware on all of the devices is fully automated. We don't have to go out there once a year and do a firmware update. It's fully pushed from the cloud to all the devices. We have less power draw. We draw sub 100 watts. So you think about an incandescent light bulb, it draws 100 watts. We draw the full trailer sub 100 watts. So very efficient on the power draw. Shallow data usage, because we record everything local to the device natively, and that is something, again, if you listen to the Axis presentation, Quang talked about clean metadata. So Axis has extremely clean metadata because it's being handled right at the edge, right? So all of the object-based detection, color of clothing, that's all being done native at the edge, and that's exactly how we do it. We don't have another server to process this or another gateway to have to deal with it. It's all native to the device. And it's stored locally. We're not streaming this data to the cloud, so we're not chewing up your bandwidth and your data on a cell connection. We also have the ability to run on all cell towers. So when it comes to these hurricanes, for example, when Verizon tower went down, well, and then we seek out who's got the best signal strength that's up, and we connect to that. And we run on all cell towers. So that's a very nice thing that we have. And the bandwidth is not throttled. So our bandwidth is fully opened up. So a lot of these consumer cell plans, they'll say, hey, for $50 a month, you get unlimited data. Well, no, you don't really, because they start to throttle once they see that you use too much. Our data plan is fully opened and not throttled. Let's see if this will play here. So this is one that I just want to show. Let me make sure I'm good on time. I think we're good on time. Okay, so this is one. I just want to talk a little bit about use cases. I think that's a good way to kind of bring this home. So what are some use cases of these mobile units? Well, we talked, and I showed you guys examples of hurricanes, natural disasters. So they're very useful for those types of applications because you're going to lose power, which that happened last night. The place that this one trailer was at in Tampa lost power completely. They probably still have the power out right now. I haven't checked, but throughout the whole night, they had no power. They had no data. Their data went down. The UPSs went down because you're out of power for too long. So you can get surveillance and protection and deterrence in the 5Ds in areas where you don't have power, or you don't have control of the power, and areas where you don't have data or you don't have control of the data. If you think about it, anybody that's an end user in here, if you want to tap into the production data system, how many hoops do you have to jump through, right? To get a new product approved, cybersecurity, you name it, right? There's a lot you have to go through. The trailers are fully self-contained, fully autonomous, right? We don't need to worry about power. We have it. It's fully self-contained. We don't need to worry about data. We're running on a cell connection, fully self-contained. We don't need to worry about storage. It's fully cloud managed. We don't need to worry about clients or thin or thick clients because it's browser based. It's cloud managed. So really easy to deploy anywhere. So natural disasters is a big one. The other one is this situation here. So this is an area in Colorado. I heard Cliff laugh, he knows. This is an area in Colorado where you can see this is a nice area. It's a walking path, a bike path. Families like to go here. Well, what's going on here? It's pretty easy to see. As I've been talking, you guys can see this area is being overran with vagrancy concerns. And so people are uncomfortable and or unsafe, or at the very minimum, they feel unsafe walking through this area. So how do you clean this up? Well, you could look at, do we set poles? Do we trench? Do we get fiber? Do we get power dropped? This could be a multi-year process to solve. Or you roll up a system on wheels that's fully self-contained and the problem is solved, because it also couples deterrence with it, right? So you look at what's going on here. Where's the deterrence? Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but these guys once in a while will turn around and look up at the cameras. Why are they looking up at the cameras? It's because the cameras are talking to them. This system is talking to them and telling them, you can't be here. You guys shouldn't be here. What are you doing? And so they're annoyed because this is their pad. This trailer just barely got dropped here, by the way. This barely got dropped here. And these guys are out here. This is their spot. This is their turf, right? This is their spot. They're not going to be obstructed by this trailer now. But all of a sudden, this trailer is really annoying. It's talking to them. It's telling them to leave. You can't be here. But even more importantly, this is going to dispatch center. All right? This is being monitored. It's going to the guard service. And the guard service is talking to them and saying, you guys can't go. And they have clear instructions of what they have an SOP, right? Here's what we're supposed to do. If these guys don't leave, if they stay, then what do we need to do? And so as this is going on, they're on with dispatch. And the dispatch, if you can kind of see in the way background, there's a patrol vehicle back there. So they're not too far away. But just a few minutes later, you'll see our friends in blue are able to show up. They know exactly who they're looking for. This has already been relayed real time. It's all recorded. So you can go back and review what happened. If there was anything that happened there was no violence or anything in that case. But you have that clear, actionable data. These don't sleep. They don't forget what happened. They don't embellish. It's human nature. If anybody's ever been in a high-stress situation, you know, sometimes people think they see something that didn't actually happen. And it's not because they're doing it on purpose. It's because that when that dopamine hits, you think that you saw something and you really truly believe that happened, right? So these tell the true story, and these have a bird's eye view, and it's all recorded. So to sum it all up, what does the solution offer? Well, we talked about the 5 Ds. We talked about intelligent dynamic lighting a little bit. But just to really kind of drive that home, we have you, when you guys go look at it, at the end of the day when you walk out, you'll see the white light LEDs up top. Those can trigger based on object detection, not pixel based, but actual object detection. It knows that's a person. It knows that person's in that zone. We fire those lights. That's a great deterrent. My number 1D, right? So remember that. So dynamic, active, intelligent lighting. It's also, if it's tied to a security operations center, it's tied back to them. They can hit that light. They can pulsate it. They can turn that on and provide that active deterrence with live talk down or pre-recorded messages, real time. Adaptive alerting. So we can escalate and adapt based on what's going on. How many people are there? How many vehicles are there? How long are they there? Time in area. Which direction did they travel? So we can be adaptive. Two-way talk down. So that can be live or pre-recorded. Talked about object analytics, the 360-degree coverage. So we tell the full story, right? We don't have blind spots. We're not missing things. Cloud-based storage. So we have, it records to the edge, but then all of your forensics and data sharing and file sharing of cases is all cloud managed. So once you download that case, I can share that as many times as I want to, whoever I want, without having to keep hitting that data plan on that trailer. So the cloud managed storage is very powerful. and cloud and case managed in the cloud as well. So we can save those cases indefinitely. So at the end, I guess to wrap it all up, I want to thank everybody for being here, for the time. You can see here, I put this picture, saved this one for last. So I want to show we can deliver these, we can ship them in mass quantities. We're building them very quickly now. We've got our own production facility in place, thanks to a lot of people on the Stone team and a lot of help with our partners, making sure we have product on time and where we need it. And we're happy to answer any questions that anybody has. Thank you.
We'd like to invite our 4 panelists to join me up on the stage, please. Quang, Steve Partridge, and Tim Palmquist, and Aaron. So what we wanted to do, now that we've had some excellent presentations and amazing content from the world leaders in this industry, we wanted to take a minute and ask some questions that we know we've heard from our clients, we've heard from the world. When we try to solve problems, these are problems and questions that we've heard from everybody. We wanted to bring it to the world leaders in technology. And today we have with us the best VMS in the world, the best access control system in the world, the best camera manufacturer in the world, and the best security integrator in the world on stage for all to ask questions. And I've tried to do my best to come up with what you think and what you might want to know from these guys. So we'll take a few minutes here and we'll ask the group some questions that are perplexing the world with regard to security. First question I have for you lovely gentlemen. What advice would you, the industry experts, offer if you were invited to consult one of your customers in physical security system planning to remain current with important tools, but still careful to avoid the dangers of bleeding edge? And I think we'll just take it one at a time, and we'll start with you, Steve.
Thanks, Andy. I think, there we go. I think I would start, well, actually, it's kind of a two-pronged answer. And Quang touched on it quite a bit in his presentation. And it's as it relates to AI and business outcomes, right? So as Quang said, AI is here, it's coming, but, the way Access is looking at it at the edge, right? I think between Milestone and Linnell S2, we need to incorporate that. And that's one of the exciting things that we are doing. But as an end user, right, you need to, I think, vet that out. Lean on us, as Quang requested, provide that data so we can provide what's best for you. Another item on just in a scenario of what we offer is system hardening and cyber assessments. I don't think enough people take advantage of cyber assessments and looking deeper into the cyber world. It's come very fast, as we know, and the ability to hack, whether it's hardware or software, another thing that I think end users should take a harder look at.
Thank you, Steve. Tim?
So, short answer to that question, I think all of us should be technically inquisitive, but deployment conservative, meaning that there's some great tech out there, and every day we see something else that's interesting. And looking into that is fascinating to think about how you might solve problems tomorrow with new technology. But at the same time, not all of it is proven. If you've ever been to a trade show, you know what I mean. You see some great stuff, not all of it really works, right? So this is where you lean heavy on your system integrator partner like Stone Security. They are taking the time to assess and make sure the new tech is ready for market, it's ready for your deployment, and you're going to get the results that you're going for. So technically inquisitive, conservative in deployments, in my opinion.
Thank you, Tim. Aaron?
So piggybacking a little bit off what Tim said is it's surprising how often our customers are maybe not aware of the technology they have at their fingertips. Many systems we see are not utilizing the full capabilities of the platforms. All of these companies represent a lot of innovation, a lot of money that's been spent on developing and advancing their products. And so I think just knowing what you have available, when the upgrades come out, when the updates come out, we publish those out to our customers. We try to make people very aware of those. So knowing what is in that upgrade, is that something that would benefit you as an end user? So first, being aware of that. I think second is, I think we also see where people aren't using the technologies that's at their fingertips. We see, the capabilities that's at the edge within the Access devices is remarkable. How many of you are using those technologies, right? How many of you are leveraging AOA on cameras that have that as a native feature, right? These are free features. These aren't something you have to upgrade to. It's just a matter of getting it there, whether it's us that's there to help you deploy them or us educating you. It goes the same with the access control. Watch Milestone puts out great videos about the new features that are built in. If you're going to pay for your care, take advantage of those new features as they come out. It's easy just to see those come in. Maybe we're a little slow to implement those upgrades, but once you do know what's in it and then deploy those new features out into the market. So I think is just, again, the innovation, these companies are innovating, they're moving. We came back from being over in Denmark and Sweden recently, and man, they are taking big jumps ahead. And so, but you've got to do something with the tech. If all you're using your security systems for is just basic capabilities, if all you're doing is recording video and looking at it forensically, I think we're really missing the mark. So I think take a little time and be aware of what's there.
Thank you, Aaron. Quang?
So I think in every industry, the formula is very similar, right? You're going to have a balance of startups that are going to innovate and move fast. You're going to have established businesses that are very scalable and very, foundationally set in when it comes to scaling and deploying those technologies. I think one of the key things that I spoke on is really, regardless of what industry it is, I think in the security industry, our focus is on the customer, right? It's a balance of technology and business, right? It has to make sense for the customer to invest in the technology that makes sense for what they're looking to achieve. So because of that balance, you really want to have to be able to weave through all that noise and figure out who, at the core level, we talked about this, who are you going to trust with those components that will make up, that will end up giving you that business outcome, right? And when you think about trust, you have to look at, where are organizations at and who are they partnering with? And it's all about collaboration. When you think about it, right? Think about the boom with mobile applications. All of a sudden, everybody was an app developer, right? But eventually what happened was the consumers on your mobile phones, you have so many different apps to choose from, but you're going to look for the leaders, the top that goes up to the very top, right? So from that standpoint, when it comes to, whether it's sensors, a VMS, access control, whatever, your customers are going to want to use the best of breed, right? And it's good to have options, but usually the really good quality products, you'll see that formalize over time. So it's always, don't get into the hype of everything that's happening, especially with where AI is right now, because that's really like sending a lot of people into different ways to look for ways to solve things. But I think fundamentally, it is going to be very transformative, and we just need to be able to educate and collaborate. And one of the key things that I'm also a huge advocate of in our industry is working with associations. So CEA, ASIS, NACA that does Pro AV. So it's about educating our integrators, our end customers about all the technology coming in, because the marketing teams are doing a great job. They're sending all the marketing terms out there and they're selling that. But when it comes to actually promising, I think that's where you really have to rely on everybody, not just the vendors, not just the integrators, but the industry associations, everything all coming together and seeing that our industry is growing and scaling at a very rapid pace.
Yeah, thank you, Quang. Any other follow-up to the questions or to the responses that came after you two first, gentlemen? We'll ask the next question then. And I mean this one with a little tongue-in-cheek. Remembering Blockbuster Video, Kodak Film, and in our industry, Pelco, they're glorious giants, have all seen the sun set over their success. As emerging technology continues to bubble up and appear hot, new, exciting, and innovative, and where you have all been the go-to solutions for decades, how do you prevent yourselves from becoming, but even just seeming, obsolete? Sure.
I actually think that's kind of a simple answer to that is we've been the market leader, right? We have this enormous customer base. Jointly, Stone Security, Milestone, Access, we have this customer base. So if we focus on the customer and developing for the customer and, you know, from an investment standpoint, not having to reinvest with the hottest whiz bang, but cloud, for instance, right? On-prem to cloud is a very simple item to achieve where some of the newer players in the market are starting with cloud. But if we focus on the customer and what they have and the things they like, bring it to cloud. Mobile credentials, I normally don't bring my phone up, but I brought it up as a prop this time because as phones evolve and mobile credentials, mobile readers, building it for the customers that we have today to keep them with us so that they don't have to go and head off with a startup and ultimately, be the pitfalls, be the guinea pigs. We need to develop for customers.
Thank you, Steve. Tim.
Well, I love the Pelco reference. I've definitely used it before, but I know something about the Kodak story. Kodak is a company that was known for film, and they invented the digital camera in 1975. And then they invented the CCD image sensor, in 1986. They were first to market or first innovator in these areas. But their film business was so profitable, they didn't want to undermine that revenue stream, and so they didn't move. And that failure to move for the wrong reasons caused them to be made redundant. And I think for us, the same situation is true. We make a lot of money doing certain things that we've always done or have done for the last 25 years. And for any company that doesn't want to get caught in that same trap, you have to lead with tech and you have to follow tech. You have to follow innovation and bring that forward and be willing to sacrifice your historical revenue stream or put it at risk at the same time. And so that's a ubiquitous statement, I guess, for any manufacturer. Lead with innovation, lead with tech, and take risk with your historical revenue streams. I think that's essential to walking the talk of being relevant for the long term, not just for the short term.
Great answer. Thank you, Tim. Aaron.
So my response is probably a little different coming from an integrator standpoint, but we know that our customers are busy. We know that you have businesses to run and jobs to do. Your job isn't to stay current on all the tech, but that is our job. That's the role that we fill. Excuse me. And so we really pride ourselves on doing that, right? And when we talk about our fierce loyalty to our partnerships, our customers, no offense, sit a little above our manufacturer partners. And so it's our job to please them, to make sure they continue to be innovative, to continue to lead the way in technology. So I think for us, that's our job, right? If the ones represented on this stage and in this room aren't doing the job that they need to do and in innovating, then it's our job to find those who do and to deliver those to our customers. And so that's what leads I think that's what we're passionate about at Stone, is finding the best solutions. We're very fortunate to have partnered with companies like these that continue to innovate. Going back to my comment earlier, is they really are taking massive leaps ahead of the competition right now, the people on stage right now. It's scary for us when we see acquisitions like Canon with Milestone and Access, and it's turned out to be a really good thing. We have the similar concerns as what some of you, when a Honeywell comes along, right? Have the same concerns in a carrier situation. But time and time again, we've seen our partners, it's a commitment that they have to doing what they're talking about on stage, and they've continued to prove that to us. So I think for us, as long as they continue to behave the way they always have, then it makes our lives a lot easier, and it leads to a lot of consistency that we can deliver.
Since I'm on your team, I have to agree with you. Quayne.
I think one of the key things here is that a lot of organizations really have to listen to their customers. I put that chart up there about our customer being at the core, and that's not just the end customers. Our customers are
you guys, our partners, our integrators, our integration partners like Milestone and Linnell. And a lot of people, unless you've interacted with Axis, you don't realize the culture that we've created at Axis to really and truly listen to the customer and evolve our product lines and change it. A lot of times we will admit we are wrong and we will pivot, right? And I think a lot of organizations don't do that. They'll say that in practice, but they don't actually execute on it, right? And I think that's the huge thing is you got to execute on it. I think also for us, we have a commitment to reinvest, and reinvesting into R&D means we're always aware of things that are happening. And we do realize there's a lot of bleeding edge technology out there. But again, we want to know, is it practical? Does it make sense to release it now? Do we wait? Because I think right now, when you think about AI and everything that's happening, it is bleeding edge, but it's also changing very rapidly. Things in the AI world, if you take yourself out of the security world, is changing every month. I mean, that's very fast. In the last 2 years, the exponential things that have happened in the AI world is just unfathomed. And the thing is that AI has been around since like the 1950s. So it's nothing new. It's just that a lot of the things now are catching up to what was, dreamed about, decades ago is happening in real life now. So that's the other aspect of it is reinvesting. And then you have people like myself and others within my team that challenges our own company. So that's the great thing about it is being the company that we are, we have folks here who are very adamant about, hey, here are directions we need to go to, or at least investigate. And that type of interaction amongst your own organization is a great way to challenge yourself and really look at where you want to go and look at things that can be, good pieces to that business opportunities.
And I've witnessed Axis develop, and especially even cloud technology. You guys basically built cloud technology before the market was even ready to receive it.
Yeah, we did. I mean, we've been doing cloud for 10 years, and only recently have we revised it because, again, looking at all the key feedback that we got, we knew cybersecurity was a huge foundation. And that's the reason why our revamping and launching of Axis Cloud Connect this year was all about making sure we had the foundation in place to scale. Because you talk about all the partners out there that are using cloud, it was different even 5 years ago, right? So you have to worry about that. And then when you look at cybersecurity, not to talk about all these bleeding edge technologies, but there's quantum computing that's on the bubble outside. And if that ever happens, that's going to destroy cryptography. And all the cybersecurity folks are going to be like, what's going on, right? So all these things we are fully aware of. We just want to make sure that we're using it, we're preparing our products and our solutions in line with those technologies actually hit the market and making sure that that's very less impactful to our customers and yourself when you guys have our components within the complete system.
Thank you. Thank you, Quang. All right. What excites you gentlemen the most in the short term and then in the long term about our industry and more specifically the company you each work for?
Well, for me, I'll say the merger with Honeywell and where we're going and what's transpired in just a short 4 months. So the company I work for, I've been with Linnell started with Linnell S2 for 10 years. And what we've seen from Honeywell, what we've heard, actually what you and Brent heard from Bilal just 2 weeks ago. Honeywell is a very engineering focused, heavy engineering company. And what that unlocks with Linnell S2, coming from a Carrier, right? Carrier, a spinoff from United Technologies. Where we sit now with Honeywell, that future is extremely exciting. The people we work with as well, but as an industry, and I keep coming back to AI and machine learning, if you look at access control, right? It's a heavy database, right? There's a lot of data in there that just hasn't been unlocked. And taking that data, and when you kind of bring that together, right, as identities are managed from both a video standpoint, whether it's at the edge or with Milestone, and you bring that all together and we're all doing AI individually and bringing that data together, I think that's really the exciting point for me.
Thank you, Steve.
So in the short term, for Milestone and for the broader market, and you probably heard that in my address earlier this morning, my passion, or what I'm really interested in, is this pivot from on-prem to vSaaS for video. And I think this pivot and transition over time is as consequential for this industry as analog to IP. I think it will have that kind of long-term effect on our industry. So I think as we bring Arcules vSaaS into our portfolio of products alongside Expertech, that's really energizing and exciting for what we're doing in the short term. In the longer term, and you look at the trends within the security marketplace, I think it's AI or IA, depending on which preference you have for which one. Maureen's laughing in the back as we heard this is securing new ground, that maybe it should be intelligent automation instead of AI, but choose your acronym. But the automation of human task and what that unlocks for us in the future, I think can be also equally transforming, actually more so transforming. And then contemplate this. I talk about this sometimes when I talk about vSaaS. What happens when all that data that we normally throw away every 30 days actually ends up in the cloud, when it becomes cost effective to do that? And then the cloud providers start to apply intelligent tools to that data set that nobody's ever had access to or really cared about. And they discover new trends and new money logic that's appealing to the marketplace and deliver that back. I think that's a fascinating conversation. At Milestone, we're looking at a data insights platform and all of these types of things because this is where the business is going. And I think longer term, that'll be pretty fascinating to see how that unpacks.
Thanks, Tim. Aaron?
In the short term, I'm most excited about the innovation of the partners that I've mentioned. I know it's been frustrating for us as an integrator all these years. Like Quang said, AI is not new. That some of these capabilities have been talked about for years. I recall anomaly detection conversations must be at least 10 years ago. It couldn't do it, but the companies were there. They were attempting to sell it. So there was some version of that, but we've been frustrated for a long time. So short term, I'm excited about what we can do today. There are real solutions that actually do something. If you're not leveraging that, if you're not leveraging some type of AI or analytic on your systems, then you're missing out, because there's a lot of really good stuff we can do today. And a lot of it, most of you probably own some portion of this already, whether you're using it or not. So I'm excited about that. Long term, I'm excited about, I think what Tim mentioned is the automation of things. It's still a lot of work to turn it on, right? We're starting to get the data. The camera is the greatest sensor out there on the video side. But then what? What do we do with all that metadata that's generated? And we're really not able to tap into that quite yet. So I'm excited for the automation that's coming between these systems, is now that we have these results coming out of the products and out of the software platforms. What do we do next? How do we tie that into our HVAC systems? How do we tie it into our lighting automation systems? And how do we pull those all together without it being such a heavy lift that we are faced with now?
Nice. Good. Thank you, Aaron. Quang?
Cool. Yeah. As a technologist, I definitely love all the different innovations in technology. And short-term wise, I like to ground things. And I think one of the things Aaron kind of mentioned is one of the things we want to do is make sure that our customers or the user of our data are maximizing every bit of what we can provide. And I think that's one area that is going to be unraveled over the next couple of years as all these technology pieces come together. So from a short term, that's what I'm really excited about. Our mission statement at Access is innovating for a smarter and safer world, and I love that because I get to play around with tech, and I get to make the world a safer place with the things that we work with, the partnerships that we form, and that's just, to me, is a very positive aspect. I think long term, I feel that long-term wise, there's going to be a lot of partnerships in the future. Our market is growing at a very healthy rate. There's also bigger markets out there that also really are going to be interconnected with our market. And for me, that potential opportunity for us to carve our own value to that is huge. And that offers a ton of business opportunities at the same time. And I think that the partnerships here could be a lot different. Like the next time we have a GTC meeting in like 2 or 3 years, there's going to be some really growth in partnerships, because I think that's going to happen organically.
I agree. I especially agree with the overall goal of everyone's stated presentations today, to remain open and to continue to leverage each other as partners technology partners, integration partners, end users coming to us with ideas. Those are good comments. I'll ask one more question because I believe we're out of time. I have 1,000 questions, but I won't keep you all here that long. As you interact with customers who have deployed your products/services, where do you think these customers could realize a broader scope of what you could do for them? And are there specific offerings you're excited about and wish more people would try?
Yeah, as we meet with customers, it's kind of the old 80-20 rule. 80% of the customers use 20% of what we offer, and 20% use about 80%, right? But some of the things where, we see there's the interest, right? Going back to cloud, right? Our Elements product and our recently released OnGuard Cloud product, which is, a managed service for a lot of the existing customer base that we've grown over the years in OnGuard, and taking them, right? Define your flavor of cloud. Is it your cloud, a colo cloud, or do you want it to be our cloud? And let us worry about, Microsoft patches and anything that your IT departments utilize. And from an element standpoint, right, that's built for cloud, from the cloud up. So I would like to see more of our customers take that step. And there's small ways to do it, but I would like to see more of that, and not be so, I guess, fearful in some ways. But it's until it's readily available, right? Same thing with mobile phones, mobile credentials. It's a no-brainer with security and customers still using prox cards, quite frankly. Mobile credentials, the security's already there on the phone. You don't lend your phone out. You might lend your card out. And just the safety, availability. When you have a credential on a phone, and as people accept privacy as more secure and less big brother, there can be some value from a mustering standpoint, active shooter standpoints of locating people in a building, as well as getting indoors and finding, again, using AI to find malicious intent. So some of those things, I think it comes around to cloud and mobile.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve.
A bit of a maybe broken record on my side, and also getting back to Aaron's comment earlier, what we see is a lot of our installed base doesn't always understand what they already own. And we see this when we go and have a conversation with them about renewing their care or their software maintenance, and understanding the new functionality that is there, or when we have an end customer who is giving feedback through our system integrator that the product's not meeting their objectives. They wish it did this and this and this, but it already does those things. They just didn't realize that it did. And so reminding people of the innovation that's coming every 3 or 6 months in software upgrades, reminding people of the innovation that they purchased, didn't need at the time, and don't understand it's there when they think they need something new. I think that's a conversation that is always going on in the marketplace. And so in the short term, I think it's just that, as you said, the 80-20 rule of a lot of stuff is there. It's just not always utilized. Looking further forward, though, what would I advise customers on? It's using data in a completely different way. There was another speaker who made a comment, if you're just using it for video and access control in a reactive kind of way, it's not very practical. A lot of this technology is so much more capable, and we'll see the use cases for those capabilities unfold more and more here as we have greater capabilities with technology that surrounds these solutions. And so the data insights, data-driven decision-making, and automation that comes with that, I think will be really interesting.
Thank you, Tim. Aaron?
So I think to start, I'd like to, as a customer, we would love to see our customers dedicate more time to enhancing their systems. So it's not always easy, again, busy doing what you're doing every day. So when new features do come out, it does require that, right? Whether it's having us come in or a partner come in and bring your system up to speed, or to implement some of these solutions, or let us sit down with you, let us show you how to do the first two so that you can implement it, right? Whether it's, again, Edge Analytics, or it's a new feature that Access or LenelS2 has put into product on upgrades, but allow us to come in, take the time, is just dedicating the time that's necessary to take advantage, to modernize your system and keep it current. Otherwise, we're back to the dark ages of servers in closets where you've got to go, walk in and sit there in a cold room doing the work that needs to be done. It doesn't happen, right? It gets forklifted out every 5 to 10 years when you discover it's broken and, a new one comes in. That is not the intent of these systems. These are evolving systems. They need to change, they evolve or they die. Outside of that, I would say we'd like to see our customers really take the time with us as integrators, again, in evolving those systems, but also, I had a really good thought here I was going to finish with.
Maybe training. I imagine you'd like them to attend our trainings that they can learn.
Certainly,
mind reading. We're on the same team.
Certainly attending events. Yeah, they take advantage of these systems, all right? If you don't see it, if you can't touch it, the GTC, we have Access Experience Centers. Wesco has huge, what is the Wesco Centers called?
The Chicago Center.
Yeah,
Innovation
Centers.
Center.
There are resources at your fingertips. Come in, see it, touch it, play with it. There is so much at your fingertips, but if you don't use it, it doesn't do any good. Don't let your systems become these stagnant objects. Dedicate the time that's needed to sit down with us, sit down with any of the partners here, and modernize your system. It'll take time. We're happy to train you on how to do it. You own a lot of this. As we've mentioned, a lot of this is already built in, but it's going to take a little bit of time for now. One day, you can probably just talk into it, and these advanced language models are just going to go do it for you. We're not there yet. It still is a little bit of a lift. So take the time that is necessary to modernize your systems.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think the digital transformation didn't stop when we moved from analog to networks. And I think we're still going through that digital transformation as other components of technology are influencing that. I think one of the key things, and I'm fortunate to have interacted with a lot of end customers and taken this journey with Access, back in 2018. But what the security industry is not understanding is the untapped potential of all these systems that they manage and they operate, whether it's video surveillance systems, access control, building automations, building sensors. What the key thing here is when I talk to AI companies outside of our industry, they've been building all their technology and all their models based off scraping data off of the internet. Who has a rich amount of dynamic data that hasn't been trained on or scraped on? It's our industry. It's everything from video to images to access control data. And here's an opportunity. And this is the reason why you see so many AI startup companies coming into the security space, because here is a way where the end customers are realizing, guess what? My data is very valuable, and how I can provide that same value to other business organizations within my company to really show what kind of outcome that we can produce, right? So I think that's the huge shift that we're seeing. And the customers that I've been talking to the last couple of years are a little bit more mature in their journey and realizing that, hey, our organization, we're kind of like our own data center. And you have to have that mindset to understand that my data is very valuable and these opportunities are coming, and setting that up. So that's where a lot of my discussions around end customers and the systems we have, I think that's one thing that is lacking in the security industry. And we've been trying to work with that with a lot of different industry associations. It's just showing security practitioners and end customers that you guys have a lot of untapped potential here and definitely have a lot of power and a lot of say. I think in past, most security systems were like, hey, we want to be isolated. We don't want to talk to IT. We don't want to talk to anybody else. We'll just have our own enclosed system, right? But I think we need to get away from that silo and really show the value of collaboration, just like partnerships here. That's going to further grow the industry and really help us achieve what we need to go to, yeah?
Very nice. Thank you, Clay. Thank you very much to our panel, and we really appreciate you guys being here with us and bringing the content like I mentioned earlier. Thank you very much to the audience and to the folks who have joined us on the live stream. We really appreciate everybody's participation. We'll be around. Anyone who is here, please stay, mingle, hang out. We've got dessert cookies in the back. We'd love to hang out and enjoy your company a little longer. So Nobody's kicking you out. Hang out with us. But again, thank you, and let's give our presenters and everybody another round of applause. Thank you.